Chapter 1463. Gu Yanran was also brought here. Chen Lai had given her a sedative, and she was sleeping in the back of the plane. Hua Xiaoheng ignored Song Jinning's complaints. He was still thinking about what Gu Yanran said before she fainted. The purpose of their trip this time was to verify her statement. Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't like to use torture when interrogating suspects. In ancient times, there was a saying, "There's nothing you can't ask for." That was to say, no matter what kind of testimony you wanted, the other party would say it under torture. However, Hua Xiaoheng and the others were in this line of work. They wanted the truth, not testimony that suited their own preferences. Therefore, during the process of searching for Gu Xiangwen, they had tested Gu Yanran's nerves and gone through many exhausting interrogations, but they had never tortured her. The main reason was that they knew nothing about Gu Xiangwen, so they couldn't verify whether Gu Yanran was telling the truth or not. A confession that couldn't be proven with circumstantial evidence wasn't reliable. That was because apart from a confession, it also had to be logical and compatible with physical evidence to be considered a complete chain of evidence. As for Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts, no matter what Gu Yanran said at the time, they couldn't verify her confession. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng and the others didn't do anything unnecessary. But this time was different. Putting aside the fact that Gu Nianji was someone they were very familiar with, Hua Xiaoheng already had He Zhichu's text as a foundation. Deep down, he was already inclined to believe that Gu Yanran at least had some clues about Gu Nianji's kidnapping. Therefore, when Gu Yanran finally said something when she couldn't resist the torture, Hua Xiaoheng almost subconsciously believed her. Because not only did she have a confession, but she also provided the most important physical evidence. Now, they were going to the place she said to find this physical evidence. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look out the window. In the layers of clouds, the sun was like a sugar egg close by. If Nianji was here, she would definitely pull his arm and ask him to make sugar eggs for her. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes dimmed. He pulled down the window cover and stopped looking at the scenery outside. The plane flew through the clouds. After more than 10 hours, they arrived above the Caribbean Sea. The small country of Barbados was not far ahead. At this time, the plane was flying over the Caribbean Sea. The round blue hole on the surface of the sea was a deeper and richer blue than the seawater elsewhere. Song Jinning looked out of the plane window and was full of praise for the scenery here. She said, "Did Gu Xiangwen really install an electric fence in the blue hole's waters?" Hua Xiaoheng pulled open the window partition and peeked his head out to take a look. Okay. However, the purplish-blue lightning that had almost buried them at the bottom of the sea had disappeared. He remembered that Gu Nianji had damaged the solar battery of the electric fence here last time. After such a long time, the remaining power supply for the electric fence should have run out. Now, the blue hole was just a blue hole. There were no longer those frightening purplish-blue electric arcs. TSK, that's amazing. Song Jinning regretted that she did not see the shocking scene of the blue hole with her own eyes. A so-called genius is someone who can think of things that no one has thought of and do things that no one has ever done. The plane landed at the airport in the capital of Barbados. The Special Operations Forces field personnel in the Caribbean Sea area came to welcome Hua Xiaoheng and the others off the plane. When Hua Xiaoheng and the others came here, they were on a private vacation and did not announce their official identities. A small country like Barbados was an undefended country. The governor and high-ranking government officials had all gone on vacation at this time, and the people relied on themselves to maintain the operations of the country. The Special Operations Forces private plane was different from the private planes of other departments. It did not have those blinding national symbols. Of course, the more ordinary their private plane was, the better. It would definitely not attract attention. In fact, there were many wealthy people from all over the world who came to Barbados for vacation, so the air traffic controllers at the airport did not take Hua Xiaoheng's private plane seriously. They treated it as a private plane. After getting off the plane, Hu Xiaoheng asked the field personnel who had been waiting there for a long time. Have you prepared everything we need? Everything is ready, the man quickly said. 5 diving suits, a medium-sized salvage ship, and an undersea drone. He had only prepared the things according to Hu Xiaoheng's instructions and did not ask what he was going to do. This time, Hu Xiaoheng had brought a few Special Operations Forces members who were especially good at diving with him in addition to Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. Everyone got off the plane and went to the detached villa that the field personnel had prepared for them to rest. In the evening, their group boarded the medium-sized salvage ship that looked like a cruise ship and arrived near the Blue Hole. It was quiet here. There were no other tourists, only their group. The afterglow of the setting sun was still rippling on the surface of the sea, and half of the river was rustling and half of the river was red. The gray-backed seagulls spread their wings and glided at low altitudes, and the white seabirds walked back and forth on the reef with their tails up. The Blue Hole's waters were as beautiful as a dark blue dream, quietly appearing in front of them. When they got closer, the Blue Hole's waters were filled with reefs. The salvage ship could not enter at all and could only stop at the periphery. Fortunately, the mechanical arm could stretch freely at the bottom of the sea, so it was not afraid of these reefs. After the sky was completely dark, Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Yanran to the deck and said, "Are you familiar with this place?" Gu Yanran opened her eyes and was at a loss for a while. Ever since she had fainted in the torture chamber on the high seas, she had been sedated and had been unconscious. However, when she opened her eyes again, she realized that she was already at sea. The sea in front of her was vast, and the night was dark. She could only tell where she was from the sporadic starlight above her head. Her heart sank, and she looked up at the night sky. She thought that today might be the last time she would see the starry sky of this sea. Although she had been mentally prepared ever since her identity had been exposed and she knew that she would not be able to escape death, she was still quite afraid when death really came. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the blue hole in front of him calmly. He said calmly, "You'd better pray that you're telling the truth. Otherwise," Gu Yanran's eyes immediately revealed a look of fear. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng timidly, no longer having the arrogance she had before. She never thought that Hu Xiaoheng would not only be bold, but also ruthless. He would actually torture her for that fake. Her hands and feet were still shackled, and she was also wearing an electronic collar around her neck. As long as she made the slightest movement, the electronic collar would make her wish that she was dead but unable to die. At this point, the only comfort in her heart was that the fake would not end up well. Gu Yanran blinked. Gu Yanran blinked. Based on the light on the island in front of her, she was able to confirm the location. Or rather, from the moment she revealed the secret in her heart, she knew that she would be brought here to take out the evidence. Gu Yanran smiled bitterly. "Do you know why I let that fake take over the Gu family's property, leaving me with nothing and almost going to jail? Do you know why I didn't dare to say it?" Hu Xiaoheng's face was dark. "If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Because I know that if I don't say it, I'll only lose the Gu family's property. But if I say it, I'll lose my life. If I lose my life, what do I need money for? Don't you think so?" Hu Xiao. Gu Yanran looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a helpless expression. "If that fake didn't pretend to be Gu Xiangwen's daughter, you wouldn't even look at her, would you?" Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. "She's Gu Xiangwen's daughter. The DNA has already been verified." "Impossible," Gu Yanran said firmly again. "I don't know how she lied to you, but she definitely lied to you. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bottom of the blue hole and find out." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. "The bottom of the blue hole? Do you know how deep this hole is?" "I don't know," Gu Yanran answered calmly. "But if you want to know the truth, you have to go down. Bring her down." Hu Xiaoheng waved without looking back. A few people came up and blindfolded Gu Yanran. They sealed her mouth and immediately dragged her down. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone on the deck for a while. He recalled how Gu Nianji had risked her life to save him and little Zhe the last time they were in the sea. At that time, the most important thing in his heart was still his duty, his troops, and his comrades. At that time, it wasn't that he didn't love her, but it wasn't as much as she loved him. This realization stabbed into Hua Xiaoheng's heart like a needle. He pursed his lips, turned around, and changed into his diving suit. He took a few good divers and dove into the blue hole. It wasn't the first time Hua Xiaoheng had come to the bottom of the blue hole. The surrounding seawater was quiet, and there were slight ripples above his head. The sky was beautiful. There was no moon in the Caribbean Sea that night. There were only a few stars that dotted the dark blue sky. The few of them slowly sank with their scuba gear on their backs. This place was even more desolate than the last time he was here. It was already more difficult for creatures to grow in the blue hole. Moreover, the blue hole had been baptized by high-voltage electric fences, so it had a more lifeless and stagnant feeling than other places. There wasn't even a single seaweed, let alone any animals that were commonly seen at the bottom of the sea. There were only grayish-black reefs standing there. It was as if time had stopped here. There was no past or future. Hua Xiaoheng and his men stepped on the water and continued to dive until they reached their maximum diving depth and couldn't go any further. However, from here, the bottom of the blue hole was still bottomless. It was dark, like a black hole that could devour everything, including light. They couldn't see anything below at all. They looked up again. This distance was already deeper than the last time they came here. Last time, he and little Zhe were busy trying to survive here. Moreover, there were electric fences above and around them, so they couldn't see anything else. Hua Xiaoheng and his men swam for a distance and confirmed that they couldn't see anything at all. Go up. He gestured and brought them to the surface. Major General Hua, what's down there? Yin Shixiang pulled them up and asked curiously. Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer. One of the people who went down with him spat out a mouthful of seawater and said, "Nothing." Major General Hua, are you sure what you're looking for is here? Hua Xiaoheng took off the scuba gear and said, "It might be too deep. Let's put the underwater drone down first." This time, Zhao Liangzi could control the underwater drone by himself. They put the ginger underwater drone into the sea, started it, and watched it drill into the bottom of the sea. The underwater drone's diving distance was 5,000 meters. It carried the camera and dived into the bottom of the blue hole. Hua Xiaoheng stood behind Zhao Liangzi and watched the surveillance video of the underwater drone. The underwater drone was shaped like a torpedo and was very fast in the water. The number of diving distance continued to rise on the surveillance video. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Finally, when they dived to 4,500 meters, something flashing with fluorescence entered their field of vision. A black object appeared on the surveillance video. It looked like a huge bullet-shaped streamlined object, and there seemed to be something flashing on the top of the object. This scene was too familiar. Hua Xiaoheng's heart beat violently. Yin Shixiang and Song Jining also walked over curiously. They stood on both sides of Hua Xiaoheng and watched the surveillance video together. Chen Lai saw that they had all come over and also tiptoed to look inside. Zhao Liangzi nervously increased the clarity of the surveillance video. They could finally see the fluorescence on the bullet-shaped streamlined object clearly. It was a line of fluorescent cursive words. Serious Eye. Hua Xiaoheng's heart almost skipped a beat. Pause first. Hua Xiaoheng took the keyboard from Zhao Liangzi and pressed the pause button. Serious Eye. There's really serious. 2. Yin Shixiang almost shouted. Is this also a submarine? Why is it so small? If this thing was also a submarine, then it was about half as small as Sirius. It was very small and exquisite, and looked more like a banana boat ice cream. Hua Xiaoheng thought of the situation in Sirius. His heart, which had just jumped up, suddenly fell again, as if he had fallen into the unfathomable Mariana Trench. Zhao Liangzi also shouted, "Use the mechanical arm. And my little hummingbird robot go down together." Zhao Liangzi's hummingbird robot was actually an intelligent pinhole camera. Last time, they had used the mechanical arm to bring this intelligent pinhole camera down with them. They had entered the submarine and investigated the situation inside. Hua Xiaoheng's hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, but his voice remained calm. "Release the mechanical arm and little Zay's hummingbird robot." On the deck, the staff responsible for operating the mechanical arms cables hung Zhao Liangzi's hummingbird robot on a special thin rope. At the lower end of the long rope, they carefully placed it into the pipe in the middle of the mechanical arm. This hummingbird robot was about the size of a freshwater pearl with a diameter of about 2 millimeters. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a camera. When they reached their destination, it could be reassembled. There would be 3 miniature rollers about 1 millimeter in diameter at the bottom that would carry it around to film. There was also a pair of wings that were as thin as cicada's wings that could stretch out from its back and fly with it to film. Just like the last time, the mechanical arm sank into the deep sea and finally touched the top of the small submarine. Then, the mechanical arm opened its 5 fingers, and the steel spikes at the top of its fingers pierced into the submarine's outer shell. Soon, the air collected from inside was continuously pumped up through a special pipe. Chen Lai and Song Jining acted as measurement experts and nervously measured the composition of the air. Just like last time, Chen Lai said in surprise, "It's also nitrogen." Hua Xiaoheng's vision went black. He gripped the back of Zhao Liangzi's chair tightly and said calmly, "Continue, get your hummingbird to upload the image quickly." While they were measuring the air inside the submarine, Zhao Liangzi's hummingbird robot had already entered the submarine through the small hole pierced by the steel spikes on the mechanical arm's fingers and began to film along the way. This submarine was much smaller and simpler than Gu Xiangwen's. It was as if it was really a toy. Although it was a toy with real submarine functions. The largest cabin in the middle of the submarine was arranged like a game room. There was a pink princess bed against the wall, and a little girl in a dress was lying on the bed. Although he hadn't seen the little girl's face yet, the corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes couldn't help twitching when he saw the dress. This dress was almost exactly the same as the dress Gu Nianji had worn 7 years ago. As the hummingbird robot flew above the little girl, the camera sent back a clear image. The little girl was fair and chubby. She lay there with her eyes closed, exactly the same as Gu Nianji from 7 years ago. This was today's chapter of 4,500 words, chapter 1452, The Secret Buried by Time, 10. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes moi. Chapter 1464. Hua Xiaoheng's dark eyes stared unblinkingly at the surveillance video, but his thoughts had flown far away. Time seemed to turn back to that day 7 years ago. He remembered it very clearly. That morning, the director of the Imperial Institute of High Energy Physics, Bai Jini, suddenly said that there was a magnetic anomaly in Sea City. She wanted to go there to measure the magnetic anomaly's data, but she was worried that something would happen and needed powerful people to protect her, so she specifically asked Hua Xiaoheng to be there. The Bai family had a high status in the Huaxia Empire's political scene. In addition, she was Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen's girlfriend, so Hua Guanchen gave her face. He asked General Ji and Speaker Long for permission and ordered Hua Xiaoheng to bring the elite forces of the Special Operations Forces to Sea City to provide special security for Bai Jini. Because Hua Xiaoheng's Special Operations Forces did not have authorization, they could not interfere in domestic affairs. That time, because it was only a scientific expedition and not a political mission, General Ji and Speaker Long did not object and gave them special permission. In the beginning, everything was normal. Jeannie brought her team and began to measure in the downtown area. It was almost noon, and the abnormal magnetic field gradually weakened. Jeannie felt that it was about time, so she called for her team to retreat. Noon was the busiest time for that place, so they planned to give way. At that moment, a car suddenly barged in from somewhere. With a loud squeak, it suddenly caused a huge spark, and the entire car immediately fell into a sea of fire. At that time, Jeannie was terrified and immediately asked everyone to evacuate. She did not care at all whether there was anyone in the car that had suddenly barged in. At that critical moment, Hu Xiaoheng, in accordance with his duty as a soldier, refused to stand by and watch. Ignoring the fire, he risked his life and rushed in to open the car door. He found a little girl wailing inside. He immediately reached out to the little girl who was so frightened that she was about to collapse. "Come, I'll get you out." The little girl's gaze shifted to him. Her small nose twitched and she shook her head desperately, refusing to let him carry her out. The fire outside the car was getting bigger and bigger, but the inside of the car was not affected. Hu Xiaoheng did not have time to think. He quickly went over to unfasten her seatbelt and forced her to turn around and escape from the car. He remembered the 12-year-old girl desperately struggling in the direction of the car, as if she did not want to be rescued by him. He had only run a few steps when he heard an earth-shattering explosion behind him. A huge wave of air hit them, throwing them both to the ground. He only had enough time to protect the little girl under his body, not letting the aftershock of the explosion hurt her at all. She cried herself hoarse and grabbed his collar tightly. The little girl was so scared that her whole body was twitching. In the end, she seemed to be unable to withstand such a huge impact, her head tilted to one side and she fainted. After the explosion stopped, Hu Xiaoheng stood up. He still remembered how he had held her in his arms and looked down at her. She closed her eyes and lay motionlessly in his arms. Her dark bangs covered her forehead. Her skin was fair and clean, and her round face was puffy. She looked very ordinary. Just like a montage in a movie, 7 years passed by in a flash. The fainted little girl he had once saved miraculously overlapped with the little girl lying motionless in the submarine. If the little girl in the submarine was also carrying a small backpack and holding a small doll, it would be a reenactment of the past. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the surveillance footage on the screen, and his consciousness blurred for a moment. It was as if what he had experienced all those years ago was just a dream. But how could it be a dream? That unprepossessing chubby little girl had grown up by his side. She had grown up from 12 years old to 19 years old now. He knew her so well. 7 years was enough for an ignorant little girl to grow into an adult. She was even his wife. However, the fair and chubby little girl in the submarine was also a reality, and it matched Gu Yanran's confession perfectly. Hu Xiaoheng's mind was spinning. He felt that the rationality he had held onto for so many years was about to leave him. He clenched one hand into a fist and covered his face with it. He coughed twice in a low voice and used his last bit of restraint to calmly order. "Salvage." The salvage ship's mechanical arm began to work. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the deck with one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a cigarette. He silently smoked in the blue hole in front of him. It had been a few days and nights since he had slept. Hu Xiaoheng urgently needed to clear his head, so he had been smoking more than before. Yin Shixiang understood Hu Xiaoheng's feelings. He walked over and smoked with Hu Xiaoheng. The two of them stood quietly at the bow of the ship and listened to the sound of the staff operating the mechanical arm on the opposite deck, as well as the sound of the waves. It was magnified in the night sky and spread far and wide. Yin Shixiang whispered. "Major General Hu, don't worry too much. Think broadly, Professor He, at least won't harm Nianji. I think Professor He definitely knows Nianji's whereabouts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disposed of all his assets, right? It must be to hide his whereabouts so that he can escape with Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him indifferently. There was no pressure, but Yin Shixiang's neck felt cold for no reason. It was like being targeted by a bloodthirsty werewolf. Yin Shixiang was stunned after he finished speaking. He touched his neck and slapped himself hard in the face. He muttered, "If you don't know how to persuade others, then don't. Who told you to spout nonsense?" His words just now were indeed asking for a beating. Hua Xiaoheng flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked away from Yin Shixiang's neck. He looked in the direction of the blue hole and said, "Let's salvage Sirius 2 first. We'll talk about it later." Waiting for the little submarine. When 2 set sail, everyone on the ship was very nervous and in a bad mood. Zhao Liangzi became even more agitated and didn't want to watch the surveillance anymore. He went to the deck and operated his little hummingbird robot to take pictures everywhere. He actually captured quite a few pictures of the Caribbean Sea scenery that could be used directly as a desktop. Back in the cabin, he showed everyone the photos he had taken today and said to Yin Shixiang, "Big Xiong, look at this. Can we go to the photography exhibition directly?" Yin Shixiang glanced at it and saw that it was a photo taken in the evening. It was the time when the sun was about to set, and it was so round that it made one's hair stand on end. The evening glow in the blue sky was full, and the color was rich and rich. It was like a young girl wearing a grass skirt hanging in a tropical rainforest, and her posture was enchanting and bright. Not bad. Aren't your hands shaking out of habit? Yin Shixiang snorted. Who's habitually shaking their hands? Zhao Liangzi glared at him. You have no artistic talent. You have no appreciation standards. He got up and pushed Yin Shixiang away while cursing. Song Jining happened to turn around from her screen and saw the picture of the sunset on Zhao Liangzi's computer screen. She exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." "Ha ha ha ha, Director Song knows what's good for you." Zhao Liangzi quickly said, "I have a higher definition one here. Do you want to see it?" Song Jining rubbed her eyes and walked over. "Okay, it's just nice to let my eyes rest." Zhao Liangzi, Yin Shixiang, Song Jining ignored them and sat down in Zhao Liangzi's seat. She held the mouse in her hand and right-clicked on the properties of the pictures to look through. In fact, Song Jining didn't have any artistic talent. She didn't look at the composition or color of these pictures, but at the pixel resolution and frequency coefficient. She could feel relaxed and happy just by looking at the data. Zhao Liangzi was also a computer expert, so he knew what Song Jining was looking at a glance. He couldn't help but feel even more depressed. Although Yin Shixiang had been in a bad mood for the past few days, he still felt much better when he saw Zhao Liangzi suffer. Song Jining looked at a group of photos and habitually began to combine all kinds of data in her mind. Gradually, she noticed some differences. She went back and looked at all the photos taken by Zhao Liangzi again. This time, she didn't look at the parameters of the photos, but at the photos themselves. Zhao Liangzi finally felt a little better. At that moment, Song Jining let out a soft, and said, "Little Zay, look at these 2 photos. Don't you think they're a little blurry?" Zhao Liangzi, Yin Shixiang. Hee, Director Song, Little Zay's hands are shaking out of habit. It's normal for them to be blurry. It's abnormal if they aren't blurry. Go. Get lost. Zhao Liangzi completely pushed Yin Shixiang away and sat next to Song Jining. Director Song, which one are you talking about? Song Jining placed the mouse on the 2 photos she was talking about and right-clicked on them. Look, the parameters of this one and this one are exactly the same as the previous data, but these 2 are a little blurry than the previous and subsequent photos. Zhao Liangzi narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a long time. I can't tell. It's clearly the same resolution, so how can it be blurry than the other photos? His smart small camera's automatic focus function was internationally leading. Although Yin Shixiang always joked that his hands were habitually shaking, in fact, with the automatic shock absorption and focus function of his camera, shaking a little was not a problem at all. It did not affect the final imaging function at all. Song Jining nodded. Oh, your eyesight might not be as good as mine. Do you want to print it out and look at it with a magnifying glass? Zhao Liangzi, Yin Shixiang, being told that their eyesight was not as good as hers by a woman who was old enough to be their mother, this feeling. TSK, they really knew how it felt. However, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, but they couldn't see the difference. In the end, they obediently printed it out on the highest resolution image paper. As soon as they printed it out, they immediately saw the difference. There were two photos that were indeed a little more blurry than the other photos, and this blurry wasn't the kind of blurry that could not be focused due to shaking hands, but the kind that seemed to have double images. However, each image was equally clear. What's going on? Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang were both astonished, not understanding what was going on. Song Jining held the two photos for a while and said, "This kind of phenomenon can only occur under one situation. When your hands are shaking." Yin Shixiang was still unwilling to give up on the theory of habitually shaking hands. Song Jining smiled and shook her head. No, when your hands are shaking, the edges of the image are blurry. The edges of the image in these two photos are clear, but there is still a blurred vision. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when there is a strong magnetic field. Because a strong magnetic field will cause uncertainty in matter. According to the theory of quantum mechanics, the same particle can appear in two different places at the same time. The state shown in these two photos is very close to this theory. And when the magnetic field energy is strong enough, it can make larger objects appear in two different places at the same time. Therefore, the two images that are slightly overlapping may look blurry, but it's actually because of the super strong magnetic field that they appear in two different places at the same time. There was a strong magnetic field here today. Song Jining concluded. She stood up and said, "I'm going to check my instrument." Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang were dumbfounded the whole time, blindfolded. Hua Xiaoheng walked in and frowned. "They've already started fishing. Aren't you going to help?" Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang snapped out of their daze and secretly admired Song Jining's ability. She had actually managed to use her academic skills to almost fool two experienced Special Operations Forces personnel like them. "Yes, Chief." The two of them hurriedly ran to the deck and participated in the final fishing process. Song Jining was also called out by Hua Xiaoheng to help monitor the construction of a sealed room filled with nitrogen gas below the deck. After the last salvage operation, serious high experience, and now this serious 2 was much smaller, so it would have been easier to salvage. However, the terrain of the blue hole here was more complicated than the sea at the Cape of Good Hope. There were more reefs, and the salvage ship could not get close. It could only rely on the mechanical arm to dive diagonally. This would take a lot of time. After the 5 fingers of the mechanical arm grabbed the small submarine, it lifted it from the bottom of the sea. Zhao Liangzi watched the staff controlling the mechanical arm carry out microprocessing through the monitor. They were really experienced. They could monitor the situation at the bottom of the sea through the camera on the mechanical arm and find a suitable route in time to avoid the complicated reefs. It was also because of this reason that the time they took was only 1 night less than the time they took to salvage Gu Xiangwen's large submarine. It took 2 days and 1 night to salvage Gu Xiangwen's large submarine. They took 2 days this time. Therefore, in the end, the small submarine, Sirius 2, was also in the dark when it came out of the water. 2 whole days, 48 hours, from night to day, and from day to night. 48 hours later, the night sky was still dark. The sea was covered with thick clouds, and it was drizzling. It rarely rained on the Caribbean Sea. It was either a clear sky or a torrential rain carried by a hurricane. It was rare to see such a poetic drizzle. A huge tent was set up on the medium-sized salvage ship, extending to about 20 meters from the surface of the sea. This kind of tent could block the surveillance of satellites in the sky. Similarly, Xiaoheng did not want other countries' satellites to monitor what they were doing. After the tent was set up, they dragged the small submarine, Sirius II, out from the bottom of the sea and placed it on the deck of the salvage ship. Just like last time, a small enclosed room filled with nitrogen was temporarily set up below the deck. The small submarine that had just been salvaged, which looked like a banana boat ice cream, was placed in the middle of the room. Xiaoheng and Chenlai put on full-body protective suits, carried oxygen tanks and walkie-talkies, and entered the enclosed room. Song Jining helped them replace the air outside. After ensuring that there was only nitrogen in the room, they tried to open the door of the small submarine. Xiaoheng only used a wire to open the door of the small submarine. He was very surprised. He leaned over to take a closer look and found that the lock was indeed not as complicated as the large submarine. Perhaps this small submarine was really a toy that Gu Xiangwen had given to little Nianji. Xiaoheng and Chenlai pushed open the door of the small submarine and walked in. For two big men like them, the small submarine was really too small. After walking for about 5 meters, they arrived at the game room where the little girl was lying. The floor of the game room was covered with log-colored floors, but there were colorful graffiti on the floor. They were probably all drawn by children, right? Chenlai's attention was completely attracted by the little girl on the pink princess bed. He pushed Xiaoheng's arm and wanted to walk over to take a look. Xiaoheng nodded and let him do as he pleased. He continued to stare at the graffiti on the ground and carefully examine it. Chenlai walked to the bed, reached out, and lifted the little girl's eyelids to take a look. He found that she was indeed dead. However, the submarine was filled with nitrogen, so her body was preserved. It was as if she had just fallen asleep and would wake up at any moment. Chenlai shook his head and sighed. He thought to himself that he had to prepare the coffin again. He turned around and saw that Xiaoheng was still staring at the graffiti on the ground. What's wrong? Why are you looking at this child's drawing so carefully? Chenlai asked curiously. Xiaoheng said lightly. This isn't an ordinary drawing. He raised his head and looked at the motionless little girl lying on the small bed with a complicated expression. He said. This is a clue she left behind before she died. She used the drawing to tell us who killed her. This was today's chapter of 4,800 words, chapter 1453, The Secret Buried by Time, 11. Remind everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Although I only have one chapter for the past few days, the number of words per day is enough to split into 2 chapters. But for this kind of plot, it's better to read the chapter, right? Mwah. Chapter 1465. Chenlai turned around and was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Really? Are you sure? He quickly looked down at the ground. He had seen the messy lines when he came in and thought it was just a child's unconscious graffiti. When he took a closer look, he realized that on the clear log floor, there were extremely abstract matchstick figures drawn with a black carbon pen. It was only after Xiaoheng's reminder that Chenlai could tell that they were small figures. Chenlai. Just these little matchstick figures? How did you recognize the murderer? Chenlai rubbed his chin and glanced at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng walked to the leftmost picture on the log floor and pointed at it. Look, it's a family. There's a father, a mother, this little girl, and a sister. Before he found out who this little girl was, Xiaoheng didn't want to call her Gu Nianji. He followed the traces of the picture and slowly walked to the right. He pointed at the second picture and whispered. Dad and Mom went out and didn't take this little girl with them. She hugged her knees and cried in the corner. Sister came to comfort her. took her to the banana boat. It was this small submarine. Then, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't continue and paused. Then what? Chen Lai asked anxiously. He was engrossed in listening. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath. Then, in the submarine, sister gave her a glass of water. After drinking it, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that the door was locked. Sister wasn't here, and neither were her parents. She cried for a while and gradually couldn't breathe. Finally, she understood what was going on. She picked up the carbon pen that she used to write daily and left these pictures on the floor. Finally, Hu Xiaoheng paused again. His already low voice was even more like the evening drum and morning bell. She still remembered to climb back into bed and tidy herself up. Even if she was going to die, she didn't want herself to look messy. She was a child who loved cleanliness. Chen Lai tilted his head and looked at the pictures on the ground. He was dumbfounded. How did you see so much content? These children's scribbles were clearly abstract, like the most abstract drawings of the stream of consciousness. Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly. This is how Nianji paints. Chen Lai, so this was the experience of raising Nianji. Chen Lai shook his head and suppressed the sadness in his heart. He walked to the far left and pointed to the first picture. I can see that these are indeed 4 little matchstick people, but how can you tell that they are a family? And gender. What was even more amazing was that he could tell who was older and who was younger. In his opinion, there was no difference between the 4 little stick men. Hu Xiaoheng's voice came out of the intercom calmly, as if he was narrating a documentary, without the slightest hint of emotion. Look closely. These 4 stick men are all different in height, weight, and weight. The taller ones are Daddy and Mommy. Daddy's face has D written on it, and Mommy's face has M written on it. The corners of Chen Lai's mouth twitched. He simply lay on the ground to see the 2 crooked letters clearly. He didn't get up and simply continued to lie down. He reached out and gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up to express his appreciation. What about the older sister? How can you tell? Chen Lai asked again, looking at the remaining 2 little stick men. He didn't have Hu Xiaoheng's keen observation skills. Of course, more importantly, he hadn't raised Gu Nianji before, so he didn't know how to distinguish the stick men drawn by children. This stick man is shorter than Daddy and Mommy, but a little taller than the smallest person. Its hair is longer, so it's the older sister. Hu Xiaoheng walked to his side and stood near the picture. If he wasn't wearing a protective suit that covered him from head to toe, Chen Lai would have rubbed his eyes. He felt that his eyesight must have deteriorated again. The 2 little stick men thought he was cross-eyed. Following Hu Xiaoheng's explanation, Chen Lai looked at it again and understood a little. This, the little dot next to the smallest stick man's head. What is it? It's tears, Hu Xiaoheng said softly. She's crying. Chen Lai was speechless for a long time. Then the 2 over here are about the same height. One has long hair and the other has short hair. The 2 little stick men hold hands and walk out of a square. That's going out, right? Hu Xiaoheng nodded and replied, yes. Although the child's stickman drawing was abstract, it still had its own unique ideographic logic in it. Oh, then this thing that looks like a banana must be the submarine. Chen Lai continued to move to the right. Okay, how can you tell that it's the water my sister gave her to drink? I can only see that one little stickman is strangling the other little stickman's neck. The picture was so abstract that Chen Lai felt like he was going blind. Hu Xiaoheng said expressionlessly. Look between the 2 of them. It's written with water. Chen Lai, forget it, he wasn't going to look anymore. He didn't want to be blind. Chen Lai stood up from the floor. Hu Xiaoheng pointed at the picture at the back. Then she's asleep. You can tell, right? She's already lying on the ground. In fact, in Chen Lai's eyes, it made no difference whether these extremely abstract stick men were standing, kneeling, or lying down. However, he still pretended to see it and nodded. The picture after waking up is more complicated, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. I only understood it after looking at it for a while. It was a picture of a little stick man kneeling in front of the door and knocking on it. There was a dialogue box diagonally above the little stick man's head with the words, Daddy, Mommy written inside. Then there was the little stick man sitting on the ground, holding his neck with his hands. His mouth was so wide that it almost occupied his entire head. All the pictures were actually very rough. It was obvious that the little girl who drew didn't have much talent in drawing. This was exactly the same as Gu Nianji. However, when he thought about the situation at that time, it was extremely uncomfortable to think of a little girl who was about to die holding her last breath and leaving these pictures on the floor of the submarine with a carbon pen that would never fade. Chen Lai stood up, his heart pounding. He opened the door and went out. Hu Xiaoheng didn't go out immediately. He thought of the structure of Gu Xiangwen's big submarine and the superb holographic projection system. He couldn't help looking around the small submarine room. If Gu Xiangwen loved his daughter so much that he had built a toy submarine for her, there was no reason for it not to have any safety measures, right? Normally, as long as a family had the slightest bit of money, they would install surveillance cameras in their children's rooms. Would there be surveillance cameras here too? Hu Xiaoheng remembered the location of the surveillance cameras in Gu Xiangwen's big submarine. He roughly figured out the location and walked to the right corner of the room. There was a flower-like floor lamp there. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, he found the camera behind the floor lamp. He carefully removed the camera and surveillance system and put them in his backpack. He then walked to the pink princess's bed and quietly looked at the little girl who had been dead for 7 years. He bent down and pulled the blanket at the corner of the bed to cover her. He picked up a few strands of black hair from her pillow and put them in a transparent evidence bag before leaving the small submarine. Back on the deck, Chen Lai took off his chemical suit and sat on a plastic stool with a bottle of beer. He held the bottle of beer and gulped it down in the Caribbean. Hu Xiaoheng returned to the cabin and changed into his regular clothes. He handed the camera and surveillance system to Zhao Liangze and asked him to transfer the contents to the computer. He looked around the cabin and didn't see Chen Lai. Hu Xiaoheng asked, "Where's Chen Lai?" "On the deck." Yin Shixiang came over to help Zhao Liangze. Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the cabin and saw Chen Lai's back. He felt a little lonely. He walked over silently, sat down beside Chen Lai, and lit a cigarette. Chen Lai didn't turn around, but from the corner of his eye, he knew it was Hu Xiaoheng. He took a few more sips from the beer bottle and muttered. "Who do you think that little girl is? Why does she look so much like Ninji 7 years ago? Is it her twin sister?" Chen Lai was no stranger to Gu Nianji's appearance from 7 years ago. He had also been appointed by the military to be Gu Nianji's personal doctor 7 years ago. He and Hu Xiaoheng knew more about Gu Nianji than anyone else, but the two of them had a tacit understanding not to mention Gu Nianji's special constitution to anyone else. Hu Xiaoheng took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the coastline in front of him with a deep gaze. He sighed slightly and flicked the ash off his cigarette. He said calmly, "You have to be mentally prepared." As he spoke, he handed the evidence bag containing the little girl's hair to Chen Lai. "Go for a DNA test and then verify the paternity of Gu Xiangwen." Chen Lai looked at him sideways. He knew that Hu Xiaoheng was thinking about He Zhichu's situation and was worried that Gu Nianji's situation was similar to He Zhichu's. He Zhichu was already unrecognizable. He didn't want another Gu Nianji. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Me? You might as well say you have to be mentally prepared." Hu Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. "Stop pretending." Chen Lai sneered. You still refuse to call that little girl's name. What are you afraid of? Chen Lai knew Hua Xiaoheng too well. He knew that his every move had a deeper meaning. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head slightly and said calmly, nothing. I don't know her name until I confirm her identity. Of course, no matter how strong he was, he would need time to digest the fact that he had to call a strange little girl his wife's name. So far, he couldn't say that name. Chen Lai shifted his gaze and looked at the distant sky. He whispered, when I entered the cabin just now, I heard little Zay and Big Xiong discussing the quantum mechanics theory that Ms. Song mentioned. Both of them were talking about whether this theory could explain Professor He and Nianji's situation. The problem was that there were two people who looked exactly the same. They were neither clones nor twins. What quantum mechanics? When Hua Xiaoheng entered, the two of them had already quieted down and were silent. Chen Lai turned around and was about to speak when he saw Song Jining walking out. He quickly smiled and said, let Director Song speak for herself. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1454, The Secret Buried by Time, 12. Remind everyone about the monthly and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes at 8 p.m. The monthly ticket will be 5,500 plus updates. Mwah. Chapter 1466. There was a cool breeze blowing on the deck late at night. The surface of the sea was quiet and gentle, and the moonlight was like silver satin. The stars in the sky were like diamonds falling on the dark blue sky, sparkling and translucent. They were not in the mood to enjoy such a beautiful night. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look. Ms. Song, what quantum mechanics are Big Xiong and Little Zay talking about? They even said it's more similar to Nianji and Professor He's situation. Song Jining walked to his side and held the railing of the ship with both hands. She thought for a moment and said, are they talking about the phenomenon of the super-strong magnetic field I discovered causing the scenery to overlap? Hua Xiaoheng, Chen Lai scratched his head. I think so. They're saying, could it be? Professor He and Nianji were also overlapped. Was that why there were two people who looked exactly the same? Song Jining's lips twitched. They can really imagine. She paused and shifted her gaze to the sea. She began to explain, I might not have made it clear before. First of all, quantum mechanics is more about the phenomena of the microscopic world. The phenomena of the macroscopic world can't be directly copied from this theory. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai were silent, Song Jining knew that they didn't understand either. Fortunately, she had already heard from Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang about the little girl in the submarine in the cabin just now. She also knew that this little girl might be the real Gu Nianji, and that she looked exactly the same as the Gu Nianji they were once familiar with. Even their DNA might be the same. Although the little girl's DNA hadn't been tested yet. Song Jining thought about Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze's bold words and smiled. She continued, in the microscopic world described by quantum mechanics, particles can indeed appear in different places at the same time. But we're talking about particles here, not people or things in the macroscopic world. I told them just now that the photos taken by Little Zay were blurry, but the overlapping phenomenon of clear boundaries is indeed similar to this theory. But there's another explanation for this phenomenon in the macroscopic world. It can't simply be explained as the same scene appearing in different places at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. Then what's your explanation? Song Jining made a gesture. If we have to use the macroscopic world to apply the theory of quantum mechanics, then it's Schrödinger's cat. When the cat is in the box, it can be alive and dead at the same time. As the saying goes, dead and alive. But when you opened the box and found the cat, there was only one state left. At this time, whether it's alive or dead, there's only one state. It's either alive or dead. There won't be a situation where it's both alive and dead at the same time. Do you understand? So if you insist on using Hijichu and Ninji situation, I don't think it's appropriate. What's not suitable? Hua Xiaoheng understood a little, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Because in the theory of Schrödinger's cat, there is only one cat from beginning to end. Whether it is dead or alive, or both, it only appears in one cat. There has never been two cats. And the situation you're facing now is that there are two Hijichu and possibly two Gunyanji. In one group, Hijichu and Gunyanji have already grown up, but in the other group, they all died when they were young. You even found their corpses. How can they be the same as Schrödinger's cat? What are you guys thinking? Song Jining sighed. I don't believe they're clones either, so the problem is still with their DNA. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. But Chen Lai has already tested their DNA and confirmed that Ninji, who grew up with us, is indeed Gu Xiangwen's daughter. If the little girl in this small submarine is also Gu Xiangwen's daughter and has the same DNA as Ninji, then it's the same situation as Hijichu and the 16-year-old boy. Then why do you say the problem is still with the DNA? Hua Xiaoheng was extremely puzzled. Song Jining raised an eyebrow. Are the two of them really the same DNA? Her sharp gaze turned to Chen Lai. There are 6 billion base pairs in the human chromosome. Have you really compared all the base pairs? Including the order in which they are arranged? How is that possible? Chen Lai smiled bitterly. It's impossible to compare 6 billion base pairs according to the order in which they are arranged. So you didn't compare all the base pairs, so you can't say that their DNA is exactly the same. Song Jining was a standard scientist. She was very particular about rigorous reasoning and logic. When ordinary people said, exactly the same, it was actually a general category. However, in Song Jining's opinion, if the two people really had the same DNA, then they would need to compare every base pair to reach this conclusion. Without a set of base pairs to compare, they couldn't say that the two of them were exactly the same, even if they looked exactly the same. Chen Lai couldn't believe his ears. You mean, we have to compare all their DNA base pairs? 6 billion base pairs? Song Jining nodded and said implicitly, I know this is a lot of work, but before we find a suitable theory to guide the appraisal, we can only use the exhaustive method. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and looked at Chen Lai. You didn't use the exhaustive method to compare before. Hee hee. Chen Lai laughed dryly. Major General Hua, everyone has 6 billion base pairs in their DNA. 6 billion, plus the order of the sequence. Do you know what that means? Hua Xiaoheng looked at him quietly. This is your job scope. You're asking me. Chen Lai blushed at his words. After a while, he said embarrassedly, Major General Hua, using DNA to test the relationship of immediate family and comparing the sequence of all the DNA base pairs of two people are two different things. Speak human language. Hua Xiaoheng raised his voice. Don't talk to me about biomedical terms. Chen Lai pushed his glasses up with his hand and said thoughtfully, using DNA to test the relationship of immediate family actually only needs to test 3 kinds of unique microsatellites. DNA can do it. The usual practice is to determine the 3 kinds of microsatellites contained in the father and mother. DNA. As long as you can find these kinds of microsatellites in children, DNA can be confirmed. We can be sure that they are biological children. If you can't find any of these, then you're 100% sure that they're not immediate family. Hua Xiaoheng listened for a long time and digested it. He said, You mean, there are 2 situations when DNA is used to test the relationship of immediate family. One is that there is an immediate family relationship, and the other is that there is no immediate family relationship. Using this method, we can very accurately rule out the situation where the two of them don't have an immediate family relationship, that is, they aren't biological father and son or mother and son. But to determine their immediate family relationship, we can't be 100% sure. Yes. That's what I mean. Chen Lai nodded at Hu Xiaoheng. When I compared the DNA of Professor He and the 16-year-old boy's skeleton, I did the same thing. I compared these microsatellites and found that they were exactly the same. The DNA was exactly the same. Even the usual mutation nodes were exactly the same. But what? Hu Xiaoheng's gaze sharpened. Song Jining understood and explained to Hu Xiaoheng, I understand what Chen Lai means. But from the current situation, only a few groups of microsatellites and DNA can be compared. They can't meet our test requirements at all. Simply put, to do an immediate family identification, they only needed to test 3 random microsatellites. The DNA series would do. However, to prove that the DNA of the 2 people was exactly the same, they had to compare all 6 billion base pairs of them. When the 2 numbers of 3 billion and 6 billion were compared, anyone with a discerning eye would know the workload and difficulty of the latter. Compared to the former, it was of course a geometric increase. She turned to look at Chen Lai. So you should still compare the 6 billion base pairs of the 2 of them according to the order they were arranged one by one to figure out what the situation is. Because in terms of DNA itself, the difference between people wasn't that big. Then, to really do all the DNA comparisons, they would need to compare the 6 billion base pairs according to the original order. Hu Xiaoheng had originally believed in Chen Lai's test for He Zhichu's situation. Now that he heard Song Jining say that there seemed to be other situations, he immediately looked at Chen Lai. You haven't done a comparison of the 6 billion base pairs before. This is today's second monthly ticket for 5,500 plus updates, Chapter 1455, Schrödinger's cat only has one. Remind everyone about the monthly and recommendation tickets. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation tickets moi. Chapter 1467. Of course not. Chen Lai's face was bitter. There are so many base pairs. How can I have the time? Besides, the international identification methods aren't so complicated. The situation is special now. We have to compare them one by one, Song Jining said seriously. Science cannot allow any falsehoods or guesses. Chen Lai, don't be lazy. Hu Xiaoheng also looked at Chen Lai and said indifferently, Miss Song is right. From now on, I will monitor your entire sequencing and comparison process from beginning to end. I will not let go of a single detail. But the world's recognized method of identifying immediate family relationships is the method I used. No one would compare the sequence of all the base pairs. There's no need for that. Chen Lai felt wronged. And I don't have such a powerful computer. I want to compare their 2 sets of chromosomes. There are a total of 6 billion base pairs. Using the equipment in my laboratory, it will take about 100 years to complete the comparison according to the sequence of the base pairs. Hu Xiao, can you wait 100 years? Chen Lai looked at Hu Xiaoheng from the corner of his eyes. So it was because his computing ability couldn't keep up. Song Jining's heart skipped a beat and she looked at Hu Xiaoheng inquiringly. Hu Xiaoheng understood what Song Jining meant and nodded. Yes. This was permission for Song Jining. Song Jining whispered, Little Chen, our Institute of High Energy Physics has just developed a prototype quantum computer. Although it's only a prototype and can't be programmed, its computing ability is 1,000,000 times faster than the most powerful computer today. In theory, a completed quantum computer could be 100 million times faster than the current computer, but Song Jining and the others had yet to reach such a theoretical height. The current prototype quantum computer's computing ability could only be 1,000,000 times faster than the most powerful computer today. However, this 1,000,000 times was enough for their full DNA base pair comparison. This was a top secret of the military, so Song Jining needed Hu Xiaoheng's authorization to say it. Ah! So fast! Chen Lai couldn't help but be excited. It's 1,000,000 times faster than the fastest computer today. That means. Chen Lai wanted to count with his fingers. He hated that he had so few fingers. Song Jining didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said softly, in terms of time, it'll take about 2.5 days to complete the comparison. It won't take as long as 100 years. That's great. I'll start the comparison immediately when I get back. 3 billion base pairs. If there's one less comparison, you can chop my head off. Chen Lai was elated and almost worshipped Song Jining. Song Jining smiled and patted Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder. Don't worry. Only when the 3 billion base pairs are exactly the same, or even in the same order, can it mean that they're the same person. Otherwise, they're different people. So, don't jump to conclusions so early. Ms. Song, if you're free, should we discuss whether there's an optimized comparison method? Chen Lai followed Song Jining into the cabin like a tail. Hu Xiaoheng looked at their backs and reminded Chen Lai, do a simple check on the little girl's immediate family relationship with Gu Xiangwen. When we get back, use the exhaustive method to verify her relationship with Nianji. Chen Lai waved his hand behind him and quickly said, got it. I was planning to do that anyway. Chen Lai and Song Jining went to the cabin together. As they discussed the verification method, they began to use simple equipment to test the DNA on the strand of hair. The technology for paternity tests was already very mature and not cumbersome, so this matter could be carried out immediately. However, if it was confirmed that the little girl who died 7 years ago was also Gu Xiangwen's daughter, then it had to be compared with Gu Nianji's DNA. It was the same as He Zhichu's situation. Therefore, it was only a rough test now. The specific sequencing comparison could only be carried out with a quantum computer when they got back. Hu Xiaoheng sat alone on the deck, smoking and waiting for the results. Although it was a simple test, the fastest result would still take 10 hours. During this time, the salvage ship they were on left the Blue Hole and returned to the Gu family's port in Barbados. 10 hours later, Chen Lai brought him the results. It's easier to determine the immediate family relationship. This little girl is indeed Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Chen Lai sighed. I've roughly compared her DNA with Nianji. I think her situation is indeed the same as Professor He's and the young man who died at the age of 16. Of course, to completely confirm that their DNA is exactly the same, I'll have to wait until I get back and use Ms. Song's quantum computer to conduct a comprehensive comparison before I can make a true conclusion. But for now, He Zhichu and Nianji's situation is very similar. What did this mean? This meant that He Zhichu and Gu Nianji did have a connection that they didn't know about. Just this point alone made Hu Xiaoheng frown. Are you saying that they really don't have twin siblings? Chen Lai really couldn't understand this phenomenon. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the results of the test that Chen Lai had given him and said calmly, the nannies said that He Zhichu's father didn't have twins. As for Professor He, we don't know where he came from or where he went. What about Nianji? Chen Lai asked. Did Gu Xiangwen have twins? You'll have to ask Gu Yanran about that. Hu Xiaoheng took the results and went to the cabin where Gu Yanran was being held. Gu Yanran was still wearing her ankles and handcuffs, and she was uncomfortably turning the electronic collar around her neck. Hu Xiaoheng sat down in front of her and asked calmly, how many biological daughters does Gu Xiangwen have? Of course there's only one. Go to Barbados to investigate. Gu Nianji was born in the hospital there. Gu Yanran pursed her lips and said disapprovingly. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her quietly and sat down calmly in front of her. He crossed his legs and said calmly, tell me, how did you kill that little girl? Gu Yanran trembled, and her hand stopped at the edge of the electronic collar around her neck. Her voice was very nervous. You found her. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Gu Yanran's eyes widened. Really? Can you let me see her? Hu Xiaoheng showed her the video that he and Qinlai had recorded in the small submarine. For the time being, he didn't mention that there were cameras and surveillance cameras in the small submarine. Gu Yanran immediately let out a cry of surprise when she saw what was inside the submarine. Soon, tears flowed down her face. She covered her face and sobbed. "I didn't do it on purpose." Nianji cried for her parents. "I couldn't coax her for a long time, so I took her to the submarine to play. That was a toy that father Gu Xiangwen specially made for her. She could sit in it and swim at the bottom of the sea. Later, she lost her temper and pushed me out. She locked herself in there alone. I didn't know what she was going to do. Then the submarine sank and malfunctioned. I had no choice. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to, I didn't dare to let anyone know. I was afraid that others would think that I killed her. It really wasn't. It was just an accident." Gu Yanran cried her heart out, like a sister who was extremely sad about the death of her younger sister. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and thought that if he hadn't seen those pictures and the surveillance cameras, her story might have been able to fool some people. "You didn't want to. If you didn't want to, why did you give her water mixed with sleeping pills?" Hu Xiaoheng had deduced it from the little girl's drawings and then verified it from the surveillance cameras. Gu Yanran stopped crying and her eyes became more and more evasive. "What did you say? What sleeping pills? I don't understand. I don't know what happened in the submarine." Hu Xiaoheng took a step forward and looked at her condescendingly. "Gu Yanran, when you found out that something had happened to Gu Xiangwen and his wife, you immediately tricked her into taking the submarine out to sea, then gave her water mixed with sleeping pills. Finally, you locked the submarine and released nitrogen gas, suffocating her to death." Hu Xiaoheng pulled out his gun and aimed it at Gu Yanran's forehead. "Gu Yanran, you're a murderer. Look at these pictures. Although she's young, she's not stupid. She's drawn everything you've done to her." Gu Yanran looked at the matchstick figures and sneered. "You want to convict me based on these random drawings? Major General Hua, you're being too biased. Aren't you treating human life like grass?" She still wanted to argue. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand. "Other than these pictures, you don't know that there are surveillance cameras in the small submarine, do you?" Gu Yanran trembled and raised her head in disbelief. Her voice was so shrill that it cracked. "What did you say? What surveillance cameras?" For more than a decade, she had behaved so well in front of Gu Xiangwen and his wife. She had taken great care of Gu Nianji, and she had been the same in front of and behind people. In the end, not only did Gu Nianji trust her and treat her as her own sister, even Gu Xiangwen's wife said that she wanted to treat her as her own daughter. Why did they still install surveillance cameras? Were they worried that she would harm their precious daughter? Liars. They were all liars. Had these people never truly believed her? The biggest blow to Gu Yanran wasn't that her scheme had been exposed, but that the people she thought she had deceived were actually still wary of her. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand, and Zhao Liangze immediately played the surveillance footage from the small submarine's game room. On the big screen on the wall, they clearly saw Gu Yanran bringing a little girl into the game room. She turned around and closed the door. She turned on the television in the game room for the little girl to watch and went to the next room to pour a glass of water. There was also a camera in the next room, and it was all captured by the surveillance system. Gu Yanran took out 2 white pills from her pocket, removed the sugar coating, and put them into the water. Then, she stirred them twice. The camera turned, and Gu Yanran was already standing in front of the little girl, asking her to drink the water. The little girl didn't want to drink the water, but Gu Yanran's expression changed, and she grabbed the little girl's throat. The little girl opened her mouth in surprise and looked at her. Gu Yanran took advantage of this moment to pour the water into the little girl's mouth. The little girl was forced to drink the glass of water, and not long after, she lay motionless on the floor. The camera fast-forwarded, and the little girl woke up again. She looked around, then went to the door and knocked hard on it. However, no one paid attention to her. She gradually felt it was difficult to breathe, so she held her neck and knelt down in front of the door. She seemed to have understood what was happening. She turned around and took a black carbon pen, then began to draw on the floor. In the end, she used her remaining strength to climb back onto the bed, tidied her hair, and quietly closed her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng gestured for Zhao Liangzi to stop. Gu Yanran, what else do you want me to say? Gu Yanran looked at the surveillance footage expressionlessly and said, "It's actually just vitamins. What do you think it is? If I want her life." Shut up. There's still footage of you opening the button inside the submarine and releasing nitrogen gas. Do you want to see it? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, the entire process of your crime is preserved here. Gu Xiangwen never really believed you, right? Although you've been pretending well, he's still wary of you. However, this precaution wasn't strong enough, so Gu Yanran still succeeded. Gu Yanran's psychological defense finally collapsed, and she started crying. Since they've never believed me, I don't feel guilty anymore. Yes, I'm a murderer. Just kill me. You're right. I've never liked her. So fat. So ugly. And so bad-tempered. Who would have the patience to take care of this bad child who would die one day? Gu Xiangwen said that Gu Nianji wouldn't live past the age of 18. I just let her die 6 years early. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. When did Gu Xiangwen say that? Gu Yanran's crying quieted down. He was talking to his wife. I overheard it in secret. Why won't she live past the age of 18? Because she has congenital genetic deficiency syndrome, Gu Yanran said hatefully. All the daughters of the Gu family have it. My mother made a backup for them, and I want to make a backup too. I don't want this to happen. Chen Lai sneered. Don't flatter yourself. Do you think you're that important? Actually, Gu Xiangwen hasn't developed a suitable treatment. The bone marrow of you and your mother, Gu Jing, can only treat the symptoms and alleviate some of the symptoms. It can't cure the root cause. So with or without you, that little girl won't change much. Unless there was a powerful gene like Gu Nianji that could repair itself, it would be possible to save that little girl's life. But if that little girl was Gu Nianji from 7 years ago, then did she save her own life? But if she really saved her own life, then what about this little girl's body? This dead little girl was the real Gu Nianji, Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Because she had Gu Yanran and the surveillance cameras in the small submarine, as well as Gu Xiangwen's last words as evidence. Then, who was the Gu Nianji who had grown up beside them? Logic had reached a dead end here, and their worldview was about to receive a new baptism. Gu Xiangwen took in you and your daughter as a charity. Do you really think you can help save people? Chen Lai continued to mock them. He rolled his eyes so disdainfully that he almost rolled them to the sky. Gu Yanran couldn't take it anymore, but she couldn't resist. Just as she was agitated, the electronic collar around her neck tightened, and she was so suffocated that she saw stars. Hu Xiaoheng said coldly, even if she has a terminal illness, it can't be a legitimate reason for you to kill her. Is it so hard to admit that you just want to seize the Gu family's inheritance? This little girl is the one you lived with since you were young. Gu Nianji. At this point, Hu Xiaoheng could finally call the girl Gu Nianji. Gu Yanran nodded and trembled to calm herself down. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng and said timidly, she's the real Gu Nianji, Gu Xiangwen's daughter. I lived with their family for more than 10 years. From the moment Gu Nianji was born to the moment she left this world, she never left the Caribbean Sea. You don't even know what the fake beside you is, do you? Looking at Hu Xiaoheng's expressionless and handsome face, Gu Yanran was indignant and asked provocatively, "What's wrong? Did you realize that you loved the wrong person? Do you regret it?" This was today's chapter of 4,400 words, chapter 1456, Loving the Wrong Person. There was only one update today. P.S. Yesterday's second update, Schrodinger's cat only has one, was revised. The base pairs of the human chromosome were 3 billion, and the base pairs were 6 billion. Thank you for pointing it out. The 6 billion base pairs mentioned later were 2 sets of chromosomes. Those who were not familiar with this content could pretend to understand, but it would not affect the main plot. Mwah. Chapter 1468. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her without batting an eyelid. Although he was greatly shocked, he didn't show it on his face. However, the other spectators did not have such good self-control and self-restraint. "Your nagging attitude is really disgusting." Chen Lai mocked her rudely. "They're a loving couple. What does that have to do with an ugly freak like you?" Gu Yanran's face turned as red as pig's blood. She was about to retort when Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "You have a murder case on you. Tell me honestly how you killed little Nianji." Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. At this moment, Hu Xiaoheng finally understood what He Jichu's text meant when he said, "If you want to avenge little Nianji, kill Gu Yanran for her life." Did He Jichu already know about this little Nianji? However, he didn't say a word. He even deliberately led everyone's attention and hinted that the amnesiac Gu Nianji beside them was Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Hu Xiaoheng's expression froze. He immediately asked Gu Yanran, "When did you meet He Jichu?" 3 years. "Oh, no, it should be 4 years ago." "Why?" Gu Yanran was confused. "You only met her 4 years ago." Hu Xiaoheng was surprised. The He and Gu families aren't family friends. "I don't know. You have to ask Gu Xiangwen. Unfortunately, he's already dead." Gu Yanran shrugged, looking numb. In other words, what the nanny said was most likely true. Hu Xiaoheng frowned. Could it be that little He Jichu and his father had really died not long after they left the small town of Uni in Bolivia? If that was the case, Professor He would be even more troublesome to deal with. As Hu Xiaoheng pondered, he said to Gu Yanran, "Tell me about how you murdered little Nianji." Gu Yanran didn't want to say it, but when Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes, she couldn't help but remember the fear of being tortured with electrodes. He closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. She could tell that Hu Xiaoheng was on the verge of exploding, even though he appeared calm. However, the man's calmness on the surface couldn't conceal the bloodthirsty coldness in his eyes. It could also be that people had a special desire to talk before they died. Gu Yanran began to confess her crimes while trembling with fear. "I don't like Gu Nianji. I haven't liked her since I was young. She is so ugly, has a bad temper, and is not in good health, but they all like her. Compared to her, I'm the dog's tail grass in the corner, and she's the rose in the garden. Tisk, it's just a dead rose. However, I was the only one who accompanied her since she was young, and she listened to everything I said. I told her to go east, but she didn't dare to go west." A sickly smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face. Chen Lai couldn't take it anymore. "You just said that little Nianji has a bad temper, but now she's obedient to you. If you tell her to go east, she won't dare to go west. So, does she have a good temper, or are you making it up to smear her name?" Gu Yanran choked and turned her head to say, "She used to have a bad temper, but after we got to know each other better, she became very obedient. In short, you can't escape the blame for smearing her name." Chen Lai's face darkened. "I don't want to listen to such a meaningless and illogical confession. I'll go out first." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Close the door." After Chenlai left, Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang were still in the cabin. The two of them were more well-behaved and had been recording and listening from the side. They weren't as sarcastic and questioning as Chenlai. Chenlai left angrily. Gu Yanran restrained herself and didn't say anything else to slander little Ninji. She lowered her head and twisted the corner of her shirt with one hand. She continued, later, news came from Japan that they had already hijacked Gu Xiangwen's plane. I acted according to plan and took her to the submarine. She stopped talking after she finished speaking. Hu Xiaoheng was already clear about the situation in Japan. He was only concerned about Gu Ninji's whereabouts. After waiting for a while, seeing that Gu Yanran still didn't speak, Hu Xiaoheng could only ask calmly, what happened after entering the submarine? Gu Yanran looked up at him. Don't you already know? We need you to say it again. Why did you choose the location of the submarine sinking in the blue hole? Why was there an electric fence there? Hu Xiaoheng asked one by one. Gu Yanran was scared out of her wits by his electrode torture. As long as he asked, she would subconsciously speak. I chose the blue hole because I knew there was an electric fence there. Gu Xiangwen is a very powerful person. He said that there seemed to be something wrong with the blue hole. I don't remember clearly. It was probably a magnetic field or something. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. It was a magnetic field again. Song Jining had also said that she had detected the residual energy of a super strong magnetic field here. Also, the day Gu Ninji appeared in Sea City, there was also an abnormal magnetic field. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaoheng felt that it was necessary to go back and interrogate Bai Jini. 7 years ago, Bai Jini had suddenly said that there was a special magnetic field somewhere in Sea City. She didn't seem to have mentioned her source of information. It was obvious that Bai Jini was hiding something. She had been sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve for murdering Hu Xiaoheng's uncle, Wu Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinchue. It had already been a year. If this matter hadn't been exposed, no one would have known what she had hidden after she was executed. Hu Xiaoheng's mind raced. He had already determined his target when he returned to the country, but he was still looking at Gu Yanran quietly. Gu Yanran continued. I just need to get the submarine to the blue hole and let it sink. No one will find out. Because trespassing into this place will trigger the electric fence. I've seen the electric fence activated once. It was very scary. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. You've seen it once too. That time, she had almost taken Gu Ninji's life. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but recall that in order to save them, she had risked her life to enter and exit the blue hole several times when the electric fence was shining brightly. Did she know that she and little Ninji had brushed past each other here? Did she feel that little Ninji, who was related to her, was also sleeping at the bottom of this sea when she was on the verge of death? This kind of association was like a sharp blade, stabbing at him again and again. It was as if it wanted to dig out his heart, cut it into pieces, and scatter it in this sea. Gu Yanran was very afraid when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's face suddenly turn ashen. She quickly said, That's right. I can't tell anyone that she's dead. I can only say that she's missing. Because if she said that little Ninji was dead, she had to hand over the body. If she couldn't hand over the body, how could she say that she was dead? Only the murderer could say with certainty that the victim was dead without seeing the body. Of course, Gu Yanran didn't want to be accused of being a murderer. She was just waiting for 7 years. After little Ninji had disappeared for 7 years, she would be able to accept the Gu family's assets. Gu Yanran pursed her lips and said, 4 years ago, I met Professor He and his assistant, Wen Shi, in the United States. I hired lawyer Wen to represent me. They were the ones who encouraged me to go to the Huaxia Empire to find a backer. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She actually didn't need a backer, but He Ji Chu and Wen Shi had encouraged her. In addition, the Japanese felt that it was a good idea for her to go to the Huaxia Empire. She could help them gather more information about the upper class of the Huaxia Empire, so they agreed to let her contact the Huaxia Secret Service. Now that she thought about it, if she hadn't gone to the Huaxia Empire, she wouldn't have met the fake Gu Nianji, and she wouldn't have provoked Hu Xiaoheng and caused all this trouble that would cause her to die a tragic death. Hu Xiaoheng recalled the first time Gu Yanran saw Gu Nianji. He said calmly, "The first time you saw Nianji, you didn't recognize her." Gu Yanran shook her head with a bitter smile. "When I first heard her name, I was so scared that I almost went crazy. But when I saw her face again, I was relieved. I thought it was just someone with the same name." "Why?" Hu Xiaoheng asked very carefully. He didn't want to miss any clues related to Gu Nianji. Gu Yanran cried out involuntarily, "Can't you tell? What was Nianji like when she was young? How could she grow up to be so beautiful? Not only was she beautiful, but she was also tall and curvy. She was many times better than the figure that Gu Yanran had once been proud of." Gu Yanran was deeply jealous. She didn't believe that the fake Gu Nianji had anything to do with the real little Nianji. "It wasn't until later that I found out that she actually claimed to be Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter and wanted to compete with me for the family property," Gu Yanran said hatefully. "How dare she? She could even fake DNA. So, you still think that Nianji's DNA test was fake?" Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms in deep thought. "Actually, her DNA test with little Nianji shows that they are Gu Xiangwen's biological daughters. There's nothing fake about it." "Are you sure that Gu Xiangwen really didn't have twins?" "Absolutely not. That's impossible." Gu Yanran was firm. "The little girl in the submarine is the real Gu Nianji." "Hu Xiaoheng, you've recognized the wrong person and fallen in love with the wrong person. Doesn't your conscience hurt after doing so much for a fake?" Hu Xiaoheng moved his fingers and resisted the urge to slap Gu Yanran to death. He turned around and said, "Take her away and temporarily detain her for espionage and murder." He left the Caribbean Sea with the salvage ship and came to the high seas. There, he handed over the small submarine to the Huaxia Empire's warship and sent it back to the country. Yin Shixiang specially escorted it. Hu Xiaoheng returned to Barbados with the rest of the people and took the special plane that was parked in Barbados to return home first. As soon as he returned to the imperial capital, Hu Xiaoheng ordered someone to call Yi Xian. In order to confirm little Nianji's identity, Hu Xiaoheng also wanted other evidence besides DNA. Yi Xian heard that they had found the body of a little girl in the blue hole of the Caribbean Sea and immediately came to the Special Operations Forces. He sat in the small conference room and saw the situation inside the small submarine on the big screen. He also saw the little girl lying quietly on the pink princess bed. Yi Xian's tears burst out. He covered his face and sobbed silently. He choked and said, "Yes, this is the little Nianji in my memories. She doesn't like to write, and she doesn't like to talk much. I mentioned these little matchstick men to her when I was chatting with her on the internet. She likes them very much. I should have known that I had the wrong person. She drew a lot of pictures of me online, and they were all like this. Later, I thought Gu Yanran was her, and I even asked her why she stopped drawing matchstick figures. She said her sister didn't allow her to draw them. I also thought that her sister was too overbearing. Because she didn't like her sister, she didn't even allow her to draw her favorite matchstick figures. Later, something happened to Uncle Gu. I heard that little Nianji had disappeared, and Gu Yanran was the only one left to support the huge family fortune. It was difficult to support it alone, so I came back to help her." Yi Xian spoke intermittently about what had happened back then. He was extremely regretful about his choice and mistake. Hu Xiaoheng listened expressionlessly from the side and suddenly said, "Did you realize that you loved the wrong person and regret it?" Yi Xian's eyes reddened and he nodded heavily. "Of course I regret it. I regret it so much. Little Nianji and I have known each other since we were young. But Gu Yanran made me think that she was the little girl who saved me and chatted with me online. Do you want to see Gu Yanran? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands and placed them on the desk in front of him. His voice was calm and his tone was flat. Yi Xian shook his head decisively and said with a look of disdain. Why haven't you shot her yet? She has done so many wrong things, committed so many crimes, and even killed a child. How can you let her get away with it? Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the desk. Let me correct you. We didn't let her get away with it. She has always been in our custody. It's just that there are still some things that haven't been closed, so we haven't shot her yet. You mean, you'll shoot her? Yi Xian looked up abruptly, and his eyes lit up. If that day comes, can you let me watch the execution? Why? Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt that Yi Xian had quite a heavy taste. I want to see how she dies. Yi Xian snorted. Then, I want to draw her fate into a matchstick figure and burn it for little Nianji to see. Hua Xiaoheng was silent. He couldn't refuse this request. This man was supposed to be the only man who truly treated little Nianji well other than Gu Xiangwen, right? If Hua Xiaoheng's guess was right, this Yi Xian might be the son-in-law that Gu Xiangwen had specially chosen for little Nianji. If that day comes, I'll let you know. Hua Xiaoheng was very conflicted. After all, he already treated Gu Xiangwen as his father-in-law, but this had suddenly happened. He stood up and finally said, everything you said and did here today has been recorded. Do you mind if I show it to others? Yi Xian was stunned. I didn't say anything illegal just now, did I? The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. No, don't worry. This is your privacy. Even if there's something wrong, it won't be used as evidence in court. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. That's up to you. I believe you'll know what to do. After hesitating for a while, he finally asked. According to the video you showed me, little Nianji died 7 years ago. Then the woman beside you, who is she? Why is she also called Gu Nianji? And I remember you saying that she's also Uncle Gu's daughter. You've done a DNA test. The DNA isn't fake, right? Anyone who knew the 19-year-old Gu Nianji would have this question when they saw the 12-year-old little Nianji's body, right? Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how to explain it. He thought about it for a long time and finally said. We're investigating. To be exact, he was waiting for the results of the DNA sequence comparison from Chenlai. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Where's little Nianji's body? Can I see her? She's not back yet. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked like he was seeing him off. When she comes back, I'll take you to see her. Thank you. Yi Xian nodded at him. I have one more request. I hope I can bury her with Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu. Hua Xiaoheng, she's Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu's daughter. She was only 12 years old when she died. She was alone at the bottom of the sea for so many years. She must miss her parents so much. Yi Xian choked up again. I beg you, Major General Hua, this was today's chapter of 4,500 words, chapter 1457, Once Brushed Shoulders. Mwah. Chapter 1469. Yi Xian's legs went weak, and he was about to kneel down to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quickly grabbed his arm and stopped him from kneeling. He nodded. I promise you that when her body is brought back, I'll bury her with her parents. Gu Xiangwen and his wife were already buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery in the imperial capital. As their underage daughter, little Nianji could also enjoy the same treatment. No matter what, little Nianji's identity was unquestionable. Yi Xian thanked Hua Xiaoheng profusely. He promised that he would ask him to come and send little Ninji off for the last time before leaving his office with peace of mind. Hu Xiaoheng asked someone to send Yi Xian out, then asked Zhao Liangzi to show the video he had just recorded to Gu Yanran. When Gu Yanran saw Hu Xiaoheng in the video, she suddenly asked Yi Xian, "Did you realize that you loved the wrong person and regret it?" Then, when Yi Xian blurted out, "Of course," and expressed his regret, Gu Yanran was so angry that her entire body trembled. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Her fingers were so deep into her palms that they were bleeding. The heart-wrenching pain made her want to roar, scream, and vent, but the electronic collar around her neck restricted her movements. This feeling of rage but nowhere to vent deepened her pain. She clutched her chest and fell to the ground, crying so hard that she was about to faint. This time, she deeply understood Hu Xiaoheng's vengeful style of doing things. It might have been fine under other circumstances, but once he and Ninji's relationship was provoked, he would definitely retaliate fiercely. No matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't make things easy for you. After sending Yi Xian off, Hu Xiaoheng asked Fan Jian to drive him to see Bai Jini, who was being held in prison. A year in prison had made Bai Jini even older. She was originally about the same age as Song Jining, but now she looked like Song Jining's grandmother. She had wrinkled skin and white hair, and was getting old. Hu Xiaoheng sat on the chair in the reception room and calmly watched as Bai Jini walked over in handcuffs and sat down in front of him. "Major General Hua. What a rare guest." Bai Jini slowly sat down and tilted her head with a smile. "What can I do for you?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and said calmly, "You've been in prison for a year, but it feels like 10 years. Yeah, every day feels like a year here." Bai Jini had just spoken when she suddenly realized that Hu Xiaoheng was saying she had aged 10 years in a year. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. For a woman, even a convicted murderer would mind being called fat or old. This had nothing to do with a woman's status, situation, or treatment. It was purely instinctive. Bai Jini's expression changed immediately. She glared at Hu Xiaoheng and sneered as she stood up. "Major General Hua came all the way here just to laugh at me. Forgive me for not keeping you company." Hu Xiaoheng looked at Bai Jini's old face and suddenly said, "Bai Jini, 7 years ago, you went to Sea City to monitor the special magnetic field data. Who gave you the information?" Bai Jini was about to turn around, but she froze when she heard this. There was no time to change the expression on her face. For a moment, she struggled between anger and fear. Seeing Bai Jini like this, Hu Xiaoheng knew what was going on. As expected, the special magnetic field hadn't suddenly appeared. 7 years ago. You were still the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics in the Imperial Capital and hadn't left the Imperial Capital. How did you know that there would be a special magnetic field in Sea City at a specific time? Hu Xiaoheng threw one question after another at Bai Jini's brain, overwhelming her. Or do you have real-time monitoring of the entire Sea City, or the entire Huaxia Empire's magnetic field? Don't fool me with that kind of reason. Hu Xiaoheng's attitude became calmer. Even our military can't do this kind of technology. Although your Institute of High Energy Physics represents the highest level of physics in Huaxia Empire, it can't do it either. Because this doesn't require technology, but a huge amount of financial resources and strict execution ability. Your Institute of High Energy Physics doesn't have either of these. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He was calm and composed. You even specially called the military to protect me, and specifically asked me to personally go. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Tell me, who gave you the information? Why do you insist on me protecting you? Bai Jini's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she heard this. After a while, she calmed down and tilted her body to look at Hu Xiaoheng. She said with a faint smile, "No one gave me the information. I happened to observe the results myself." Happened? You're in the imperial capital. Under what circumstances do you have surveillance of the downtown area of Sea City? Hua Xiaoheng was as still as a mountain. He looked at Bai Jini quietly. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Hua Xiaoheng looked Bai Jini up and down, his eyes deep. From your body language just now, I can already tell that someone did give you the information. I will apply to the court for a search warrant and continue to search all your movable and immovable property. He didn't believe that a woman who was already in prison and sentenced to death could continue to hide it. He didn't expect Bai Jini to not be worried at all. She laughed so hard that she bent over. Fine, go and investigate. If you find it, it's on you. Bai Jini raised her handcuffed hands in front of her face to cover her mouth, but her laughter still came out. This reaction was a little abnormal. You've already destroyed all your sources of information. Hua Xiaoheng instinctively made a judgment and thought deeply. That means that someone did give you the information, and it was a one-time message. So, was it an email, a letter, a small note, a text message, or a phone call? Hua Xiaoheng spoke very slowly. As he spoke, he carefully observed Bai Jini's expression. When Hua Xiaoheng said email, letter, small note, and a text message, Bai Jini didn't comment. Her expression didn't change at all. Only when he said a phone call, Bai Jini couldn't help but blink. Looks like it was a phone call. Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. I can go to the telecommunications department and the cell phone operator and check all your landline and cell phone call records from 7 years ago. That way, it wouldn't matter even if the contents of her phone were deleted. But Bai Jini was still laughing. Okay, go and check. I'll say it again. If you find it, it's on you, ha 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 ha. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. Bai Jini's fearless attitude reminded him of another phone. In that phone, it had received content that wasn't sent through the cell phone operator. He nodded slightly. I know. It should be my uncle's phone. If I remember correctly, 11 years ago, that phone received a set of coordinate data. It was in Sea City. In that case, 7 years ago, that phone should have received another message. Thank you for passing on the message. Goodbye. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and left. Bai Jini was dumbfounded behind him. She hadn't said anything important. She had only laughed a few times. How had this guy pieced together her source of information? Hua Xiaoheng was right. 11 years ago, Hua Guanyuan's phone had received a set of coordinate data for the first time. In order not to let others know that Hua Guanyuan's phone was with her, she could only secretly study it. However, after studying it for a long time in Sea City, she couldn't find anything, so she gave up. Until 7 years ago, the phone that had no signal at all suddenly received a call. Someone told her that at a certain time, a special magnetic field would appear somewhere in Sea City. They also said that they would give her a big gift, as long as Hua Xiaoheng was present. In the end, she didn't get any results other than a set of magnetic field data and a sudden car accident explosion. Of course, if that orphan girl Gu Nianji was considered a big gift, then she had been played like a monkey. So she didn't mention this call to anyone. Hua Xiaoheng. Come back. Bai Jini was anxious. When Hua Xiaoheng mentioned this just now, she remembered. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was so anxious and had specially come to visit the prison, she immediately knew that this information was the clue that Hua Xiaoheng and the others desperately needed. She immediately planned to discuss it with her niece, Bai Yueran, and strive for a reduction in her sentence. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng had guessed the source of the information immediately. How could she reduce her sentence? But Hua Xiaoheng ignored her. His uncle, Hua Guanyuan's phone was now in Song Jinning's hands. Hua Xiaoheng only needed to borrow it from Song Jinning. As for Bai Jini's pretentious look, did he think he couldn't tell that she wanted to take the opportunity to reduce her sentence? Don't be too optimistic. After Hu Xiaoheng left, Bai Jini was restless. She finally asked the warden to see Bai Yueran, the director of the Special Operations Legal Department. She claimed that she had important clues to report. She was following the proper channels to make a report, and the Bai family was still at the peak of power in Huaxia. The warden wouldn't, couldn't, and didn't dare to stop her. Bai Jini wants to see me. What did she say? Bai Yueran received a call from the warden in her office. She put down her pen and turned around in her chair. She looked at the large window in front of her and frowned. Does she still have visitation time? According to the rules, prisoners in the prison had a fixed visitation time. It was impossible to see whoever they wanted at any time. The warden looked at the rules and said, Bai Jini does still have visitation time left, but this time she said that she has an important clue to report and wants to reduce her sentence by doing a meritorious deed. I see. Bai Yueran pondered for a moment. Wait a moment, I'll see if I still have time. As the director of the Special Operations Legal Department, her schedule was also very busy. She looked at her schedule. There was indeed an hour of free time this afternoon. She had originally planned to hold a meeting with the legal department to discuss the work needs after the day. However, Bai Jini said that she had an important clue to report and wanted to reduce her sentence. This request couldn't be ignored. She could hold meetings every day, but her aunt was already sentenced to death. However, a 2-year suspension of execution could usually be commuted to life imprisonment. Bai Yueran also knew that Bai Jini had offended the Hu family. She also knew that with Hu Xiaoheng's personality and way of doing things, there was no way he would let Bai Jini off, but what if Bai Jini really reported a big clue that would benefit the country and the people? There were precedents for felons in prison to have their sentences reduced because they reported important clues. Bai Yueran hesitated for a moment, but still said to the warden on the other end of the phone, then it's 4:00 today. Is it convenient for you? Yes. Then I'll tell her. 4:00 in the afternoon. The warden made an appointment and politely said to Bai Yueran, see you in the afternoon. Then he hung up. Bai Yueran couldn't continue working. She packed her things and got up to look for her father, Bai Jianqing. Her father was now the prime minister of the Huaxia Empire. Although she was his daughter, she couldn't see the prime minister of a country whenever she wanted. It was impossible for her to be like the daughter of a certain country's president, who could sit in his Oval Office and meet foreign guests with him. Even when the Huaxia Empire had an emperor, there wasn't such a tradition. She still waited outside the door obediently and waited for 15 minutes for her father to have afternoon tea. Yueran, why are you free to look for me at this hour? Bai Jianqing smiled and pushed a plate of vanilla French cake in front of Bai Yueran. He said kindly, eat it, this is your favorite cake. Bai Yueran reached out to pick up a piece and ate it in small bites. After eating, she whispered, Auntie just got someone to call me. She said she had important news to report and wanted to do a meritorious deed to reduce her sentence. When Bai Jianqing heard that it was news about Bai Jini, he immediately frowned. What other important news could she have? She's not trying to trick you into pleading for mercy and commuting her sentence, is she? Bai Yueran thought that was most likely the reason. But what if Bai Jini really thought of some great clues? That was also possible. Bai Yueran was a lawyer, and she was also a very good lawyer. She never let go of any useful clues. I'd better make a trip. It's not a big deal for me to visit her. Apart from work, Bai Yueran was also Bai Jini's family. They couldn't deliberately alienate her just because she was now a prisoner. If they did this, ordinary people wouldn't think that they were deliberately avoiding suspicion. Instead, they would think that they were inhumane. An inhumane label wasn't a good thing for a prime minister who came to power through an election. Bai Yueran stood up and said cautiously, if there's anything, I'll report it to you immediately. Bai Jianqing thought about it for a moment and agreed. Okay, no matter what, she's your aunt. It's only right for me to send her off on her last journey. Bai Yueran nodded and left Bai Jianqing's office to go to the prison where Bai Jini was being held. Bai Jini didn't expect Bai Yueran to agree to see her immediately, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She had thought that ever since her brother was elected prime minister, he would draw a clear line between them. So in the past year, she hadn't made any requests, and she didn't dare remind anyone that Bai Jianqing had a sister like her, a felon. Although this matter had already been used by Bai Jianqing's political enemies during the election, it was better to avoid it if possible. She waited anxiously in the prison visiting room. When she saw Bai Yueran walk in valiantly, Bai Jini stood up excitedly. Yueran. Long time no see. Bai Yueran glanced at Bai Jini, pulled out a chair and sat down. She also said to Bai Jini, please sit. Bai Jini sat down as well and rested her arms on the long table in front of her. She leaned forward slightly and carefully looked at her niece's beautiful face. At the same time, she found that her left hand was still empty. There wasn't even a ring. Yueran, you're not married yet. Bai Jini frowned. You're not young anymore, are you? This was today's chapter of 4,200 words, chapter 1458, Hoarding Rare Goods. Mwah. Chapter 1470. Bai Jini's words were really touching on a sore spot. Bai Yueran felt slightly embarrassed and retracted her hand to place it on the armrest beside her. She said calmly, Auntie, you said you have important clues to report. I'm on a tight schedule. I only have 40 minutes left. It had taken her 20 minutes to drive over, so she only had an hour's free time. Bai Jini was dragging her feet, so it would be over quickly. Bai Jini composed herself and had no choice but to stop the awkward small talk. She lowered her voice nervously. Yueran, I don't know if this information will help me reduce my sentence, but I know that Hu Xiaoheng is anxiously looking for this information. Bai Yueran raised her eyebrows in surprise. What information? How do you know that Hu Xiao is looking for this information? Gu Nianji was missing, and Hu Xiaoheng was looking for her all over the world. Did Bai Jini know about her? That couldn't be. If that was the case, then this prison also needed to be properly investigated. However, Bai Jini quickly dispelled her doubts. Hu Xiaoheng just came to see me specifically to ask about this. He came to see you specifically. Bai Yueran's brows furrowed even more. Could it really be news related to Gu Nianji? She looked at Bai Jini suspiciously, but how did you know? As a felon, Bai Jini had been locked up for a year, and Gu Nianji's disappearance had only happened half a month ago. How did Bai Jini know about this? Of course, Bai Jini didn't know that Gu Nianji was missing. She quickly said, it's about 7 years ago, when I went to Sea City to monitor the magnetic field. 7 years ago. Bai Yueran's brows furrowed slightly as she remembered. Was it that time to monitor the magnetic field data, when a car suddenly broke into, and then the car exploded? Yes, yes. Bai Jini quickly nodded and leaned forward, almost to Bai Yueran's ear. She frowned and complained, it was that time. They said they were going to give me a big gift, but in the end, they only sent a little orphan girl that no one wanted. I didn't want to be a free babysitter, so I didn't say anything. And what made Bai Jini even more displeased was that this little orphan girl that no one wanted had actually sent her to prison 6 years later. She gritted her teeth in hatred just thinking about it. So big gift my ass. It was like a talisman sent to hasten his death. If she hadn't been greedy for shortcuts and was in a hurry to get results, she wouldn't have been lured by others and spent so much effort to monitor the magnetic field. In the end, she was fooled. Bai Jini grumbled to express her deep-seated hatred for Gu Nianji. What? Bai Yueran vaguely felt that something was amiss. Can you say that again? What do you mean by a big present? Didn't you say that you suddenly observed a special magnetic field? Jeannie ran her fingers through her hair in embarrassment, her wrinkled face flushed with embarrassment. She stammered. That's not important. What's important is that my phone, no, I should say Guan Yuan's phone, received a call 7 years ago. That's not important. Bai Yueran's frown deepened. How can that not be important? However, she hesitated. Gu Nianji's case was a secret mission for the Special Operations Forces, and there were many things that needed to be kept secret. Bai Jeannie did not have the appropriate security clearance, so she did not know many things. For example, the airplane engine blueprint in Gu Nianji's backpack was 50 years more advanced than the world's most advanced engine. Also, Gu Nianji had suddenly been kidnapped and disappeared. Thinking about it carefully, her disappearance was as sudden as her arrival. Could there be a connection between the two? Bai Yueran quietly turned on the record button on her phone and continued Bai Jeannie's words. Auntie, you said that Hu Xiao's uncle, Colonel Hu Guanyuan's phone, received a call 7 years ago. I remember that last time, you didn't say anything. And there shouldn't be any call records on the phone, right? No. Bai Jeannie shook her head and continued to speak in Bai Yueran's ear. The only thing they could find was the text message that was saved on the phone 11 years ago. This call didn't leave any trace on the phone after it was made. As long as I don't say anything, Hu Xiaoheng can't know anything. A year ago, Bai Yueran had listened to Bai Jeannie's case from beginning to end. She remembered that Bai Jeannie had killed Luo Xinchue to take this phone. If she guessed correctly, this phone was probably not found by the phone operator. So as long as Bai Jeannie didn't say anything, Hu Xiaoheng really couldn't know anything about it. Bai Yueran intuitively felt that this information would be very helpful to Hu Xiaoheng in his search for Gu Nianji. Therefore, she deliberately led Bai Jeannie to say the contents of the call. Bai Yueran discreetly moved the phone very close to Bai Jeannie. She smiled at Bai Jeannie, reassuring her not to be nervous. Then she asked, really? Is this what you want to use to reduce your sentence? But it also depends on what the information is. If it's not a particularly important clue, it's not easy to get a reduction in sentence. Bai Jeannie was a little anxious, but still remembered to keep her voice very low. Then can you help me plead again? I can tell you about that phone call. Because she knew that there were surveillance cameras in this house, she didn't want to be recorded by the surveillance cameras, so she spoke very softly and whispered into Bai Yueran's ear. However, she didn't expect that Bai Yueran was already recording them. Bai Jeannie completely trusted her niece, Bai Yueran, and she could only trust her. As a prisoner on death row with a reprieve, she actually had no bargaining chips in her hands. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't suddenly asked her if she had hidden any information 7 years ago, she would have completely forgotten about this humiliating phone call. Actually, until now, she was just gambling on her psychological state. It would be good if it succeeded, but if it didn't, could it be worse? Anyway, she had already been sentenced to death. After a year in prison, Bai Jeannie had already resigned herself to her fate. It was Hu Xiaoheng's sudden visit that reignited her hope of survival. Bai Yueran didn't bat an eyelid and said patiently, okay, can you tell me in detail what that phone call was about? Who called? What about the phone number? Do you still remember? Bai Jeannie sighed. I don't know who called me. The phone number was also very strange. I tried to check it before, but it was an invalid number. Bai Yueran, the caller was really cautious. Bai Yueran could only ask again, then what was the content of the call? Bai Jeannie's voice became even softer. The person on the phone was a man. I've never heard his voice before. He seemed to be very anxious and only called for less than a minute. He spoke very quickly and hurriedly told me the time and place. Then he said that if I brought Hu Xiaoheng with me at this time and place, he would give me a big gift. In the end. Big gift my ass. He's a complete liar. Bai Yueran, he even mentioned Major General Hua's name. Bai Yueran was surprised. That person knows Major General Hua. I'm 80% sure. Bai Genie was secretive and almost leaned on Bai Yueran's shoulder. Do you think this clue is enough to reduce his sentence? You don't know him. Why would he call you? Bai Yueran continued to interrogate without batting an eyelid. Is he someone who used to admire you? Her aunt had been very popular with men when she was young, but unfortunately, the person she loved didn't love her. Bai Yueran's heart sank. She secretly wondered if the women of the Bai family were all like this. She didn't like the person she liked. The person she liked didn't like her. Bai Shuang was the only exception, but when the person she liked also liked her, she was already dead. Bai Genie blushed again when she heard Bai Yueran's words. She then shook her head and said embarrassedly, "Of course not, you're thinking too much." Bai Yueran asked a few more questions in a different direction. Seeing that Bai Genie couldn't think of anything new, she pressed pause on the recording on her phone and said calmly, "I'll discuss it with the judge." "Auntie, are there any other clues?" Hua Xiaoheng should be looking for this clue. Bai Genie spread her hands. "If this clue doesn't work, I can only wait for death." She looked at Bai Yueran pitifully. Bai Yueran couldn't bear it. However, she still looked away and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." She still planned to put in a good word for Bai Genie in front of Hua Xiaoheng. If this clue could help Hua Xiaoheng find Gu Nianji, Bai Genie might really be able to reduce her sentence. Bai Yueran left the prison and returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. She immediately went to look for Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in the office. "Little Zay, where's Hua Xiao?" Bai Yueran walked to Zhao Liangzi's desk and knocked with a smile. Zhao Liangzi looked up at her and said calmly, "Hua Xiao went out." "What's the matter, Director Bai?" Bai Yueran sat down in front of him and asked carefully, "Little Zay, are you still angry at me? You've been angry for so long, is it time to get over it?" "No, I'm not angry at you." Zhao Liangzi looked away and looked at the computer screen in front of him. "If Director Bai doesn't have anything else to say, please wait outside. This is the office, not the reception room." Bai Yueran, she looked at Zhao Liangzi quietly for a while. Today, he was wearing a summer uniform. The tailored military uniform was perfectly fitted to his body, and even the sleeves were straightened into a straight line. In the past, his fair and elegant face had been tanned because of the mission. However, in just a few months after returning, he had regained his fair complexion. However, there was also a hint of valiance to him. His temperament had completely settled down, and he was more masculine than before. He was more mature and reserved. If Zhao Liangzi had been like this 2 years ago, Bai Yueran knew that she would have immediately agreed to his pursuit. But now, he had become a better him, and she had become the one pursuing him. Bai Yueran was slightly dazed and said, "I have something important to report to Hua Xiao. If you know where he is, please let me know." "Something important? What is it?" Zhao Liangzi looked up at her. "It's fine to tell you." Hua Xiaoheng went to the hospital building to see the patient. Bai Yueran understood immediately. Hua Xiao went to visit Xiao Yi. Zhao Liangzi didn't comment. Bai Yueran stood up and whispered, "Then I'll go find Hua Xiao. Take care." When she reached the door, she turned back and said, "Goodbye." Zhao Liangzi didn't even look up. He was focused on his work. The hospital building at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces wasn't far from the office building. Chen Lai worked there. Xiao Yi was a key patient that Chen Lai had recently received. By the time Bai Yueran hurried over, it was already evening. It was early September. Although the lawn in front of the hospital building was still green, it was a little more bleak than autumn. The afterglow of the setting sun was yellow, like a blanket covering the lawn. Bai Yueran stood on the opposite side of the lawn. She looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng pushing a wheelchair and walking slowly on the tree-lined path beside the lawn. Sitting in the wheelchair was a beautiful girl with short, neat hair and a white striped hospital gown. It was Xiao Yi. Xiao Ye's limbs had been broken by the gangster with a gun to protect Gu Nianji. She had fainted in a pool of blood. She had already woken up. Chen Lai's medical skills were brilliant. He had healed her arms and legs. However, the tendons in her left hand had been broken, and it hadn't healed very well. Her leg was also recovering, but the wound was too big, and she still couldn't walk. At this moment, Xiao Yi was expressionless. She was nestled in the wheelchair and quietly looking ahead. Bai Yueran stood opposite and watched for a while before sighing and walking over. Major General Hua. She nodded with a smile and said to Xiao Yi, are you feeling better? Xiao Yi looked up at Bai Yueran. Her eyes were a little dazed as she nodded slowly. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Bai Yueran wouldn't come to the temple for no reason, so he looked at her inquisitively. Bai Yueran immediately said, Major General Hua, there's something I want to report to you. Xiao Yi came back to her senses and quickly said, go ahead. I'll go back first. She pressed the button on her wheelchair, turned around, and went back to the hospital building. Hua Xiaoheng was worried, so he called the nurse over to push Xiao Yi away. Looking at Xiao Ye's back in the wheelchair, Bai Yueran's heart felt slightly stifled. She whispered, Major General Hua, what will Xiao Yi do in the future? Will she change jobs? I respect her decision. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about Xiao Yi. He looked away and calmly looked at Bai Yueran. He asked, why is Director Bai looking for me? Bai Yueran looked around. It was dusk, and the sunset glow gradually dissipated from the horizon. The tree-lined path was quiet, and there was no one coming or going. She said in a low voice. I just went to see my aunt. Hua Xiaoheng's sharp eyes narrowed. You just went to see Bai Genie. Why? Bai Yueran said frankly, it was my aunt who looked for me. She said she wanted to redeem herself. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. If you want to plead on behalf of your aunt, you can save some effort. I'm very busy. With that, he walked away. Major General Hua. Bai Yueran hurriedly called out to him from behind. Aunt told me about the important clues, and I recorded them all. I didn't mean to plead on behalf of my aunt. I just wanted to let you hear it. It might be useful in finding Miss Gu. Hua Xiaoheng immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. You recorded what your aunt said. Bai Yueran nodded. Hua Xiaoheng immediately brought her back to his office. Zhao Liangsa was a little surprised to see Bai Yueran follow Hua Xiaoheng in, but he didn't say anything. He helped them close the office door. In Hua Xiaoheng's single office, Bai Yueran sat in front of him. She turned on the recording on her phone and played it to Hua Xiaoheng. This is today's chapter of 4,200 words, chapter 1459, Let You Know a Secret. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1471. Bai Genie's slightly old and hoarse voice came from the phone. I don't know who called me. The phone number is also very strange. I tried to check it before, but it's an invalid number. The person who called was a man. I've never heard his voice before. He seemed to be in a hurry and only called for less than a minute. He spoke very quickly and hurriedly told me the time and place. Then he said that if I brought Hua Xiaoheng with me at this time and place, he would give me a big gift. And the result? Big gift my ass. He's a complete liar. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but his expression remained calm. He smiled and said calmly, "Thank you, Director Bai. This clue is indeed very important. However, Bai Genie's concealment has indeed caused a lot of trouble and damage to our work." Bai Yueran understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. She lowered her voice and said, "Major General Hua, I really have no intention of pleading for my aunt. I just want to tell you that she knows this clue. As for the fact that she didn't report it 7 years ago, it's also a fact. I won't plead for her." She sent the recording to Hu Xiaoheng. "You can study it yourself. I'll go back first." Hu Xiaoheng looked at Bai Yueran's lonely back as she turned around and said sincerely, "Thank you, Director Bai." Bai Yueran didn't turn around and waved her hand casually. "Major General Hua, you're welcome. This is my duty." She had selfish motives. She wanted to protect the Bai family's reputation and the family's overall interests, but she had never made a mistake in her work. Moreover, to her, the country's interests were definitely before the Bai family's. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, she couldn't be completely selfless, nor could she care and protect her family regardless of their gains and losses. She might even be a little unreasonable, but she didn't want to change her ways. She had her own sense of what she should and shouldn't do. Hu Xiaoheng silently shifted his gaze to his phone. Bai Yueran had just sent all the contents of Bai Genie's conversation to his phone. Bai Genie's voice was very, very low. With such a low voice, the surveillance system in the visiting room probably wouldn't be able to record this conversation. So Bai Yueran had really done him a great favor. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed slightly. He transferred the conversation to the computer and used the audio system to analyze for tampering and editing before amplifying it so he could hear it more clearly. Alone in his office, he listened to the recording over and over again and gradually came up with a few clues. 7 years ago, he had saved Nianji. It was the result of a meticulous plot. It was not a coincidence. As for Nianji's memory loss, he didn't know if the other party had done it on purpose, or if it had been an accident, or if she had lost her memory to begin with. However, he could be sure of one thing. As soon as Nianji came to his side, he lost contact with her. That was because they had spent 6 years without finding any clues. The only clue that surfaced was when He Zhichu came to Nianji's side a year ago. It looked like He Zhichu was the key to the problem. Hu Xiaoheng's frown deepened. Was the invalid number that had been called to Bai Genie the same as the 2 invalid numbers that they had encountered later? However, Bai Genie definitely wouldn't say it directly. This was her trump card that she wanted to hang up and sell. After careful consideration, Hu Xiaoheng didn't plan to let her have her way. In fact, even if this invalid number was the same as the previous 2, it would be useless. Because with their current technology, they couldn't investigate this invalid number at all. Moreover, after thinking about it, he still believed that there were 2 groups of people behind this living Gu Nianji. One group had no ill intentions towards her, and the other group wanted nothing more than to kill her. The person who had sent the text message to Xiao Ye's mother must have wanted nothing more than to kill her. However, the people who had kidnapped her this time should be the group that had no ill intentions towards her. Even so, Hu Xiaoheng still felt uneasy. He was used to having her under his wing. This woman could have no parents or friends, but she couldn't live without him. He also didn't feel at ease leaving her in anyone's hands. But now, she was nowhere to be found. Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the office with a heavy heart. He said expressionlessly to Zhao Liangzi, who was outside the door, "I'm going to the Institute of High Energy Physics. You're in charge of everything here." Zhao Liangzi looked at him worriedly. He felt that Hu Xiaoheng's mental state wasn't right. In his opinion, Hu Xiaoheng should be very sad, very angry, and very desperate, just like how he had watched Bai Shuangdai in front of him. However, Hu Xiaoheng's expression didn't change at all. He kept working and was as comfortable as before. Although he was also constantly looking for Gu Nianji, he didn't neglect the entire Special Operations Forces and the military. No matter how capable Hu Xiaoheng was, he was still human. Although they were soldiers and had a much higher ability to endure hardships than ordinary people, it didn't mean that they were made of steel and couldn't feel pain. If he couldn't find Gu Nianji after suppressing himself like this, Zhao Liangzi didn't dare to imagine the consequences. However, looking at Hu Xiaoheng's tall and determined back, he could only say, "Yes, sir." Hu Xiaoheng came out of his office and asked Fan Jian to drive him to the Institute of High Energy Physics. Firstly, he wanted to study Hu Guanyuan's phone again. Secondly, he wanted to see the results of Chen Lai's full series of DNA comparisons. After they got off the plane, Chen Lai rushed into the Institute of High Energy Physics and worked with Song Jining and used the quantum computer to perform large-scale calculations. He didn't return to the Special Operations Forces headquarters at all. It was already dark when they arrived at the entrance of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car and leaned against the car door to smoke a cigarette before walking in. Song Jining was eating dinner in her office while looking at the data on the computer. When she saw Hu Xiaoheng come in, she quickly asked, "You're here. Have you had dinner?" Hu Xiaoheng wasn't hungry at first, but when he saw the 2 dishes and soup on Song Jining's desk, he suddenly felt a little hungry. He shook his head. "Not yet. Do you have anything to eat here? Let's go to the cafeteria. Our cafeteria here is pretty good." Song Jining cleaned up the bowls, chopsticks, and spoons on the table and stood up with her meal card. Hu Xiaoheng, he had almost forgotten that Song Jining didn't know how to cook either. The 2 dishes and soup on the table were obviously bought from the cafeteria. He didn't say anything and quietly followed Song Jining out of the office. His mind was still thinking about the discoveries and doubts he had made over the past few days. All the clues were arranged into a network in his mind. He only needed to wait for one result, which was the comparison results of Chen Lai's DNA sequence. Then, he would be able to find the path he should take in the maze-like network. The 2 of them walked out of the laboratory building. Not long after, they arrived at the cafeteria of the Institute of High Energy Physics. It was only around 6:30 p.m., and it was the busiest time in the cafeteria. People came and went, and the lights were brightly lit. The air was filled with the unique aroma of the food in the cafeteria. There was a sense of beauty and warmth in the world. Hu Xiaoheng and Song Jining walked in. Director Song brought his son here for dinner. People who were familiar with Song Jining greeted her with a smile. Song Jining nodded with a smile. "Yes, he's too busy and didn't even have time for dinner. I accompanied him to get another meal." Hu Xiaoheng had his hands in his trouser pockets. It was obvious that he was distracted. He only nodded casually and followed Song Jining to buy 2 dishes and a soup. He placed them in a food box that could be taken away. The 2 of them returned to Song Jining's office. Hu Xiaoheng sat in front of Song Jining's desk and began to eat dinner. It was rare for the mother and son to eat together like this. Song Jining looked at Hu Xiaoheng carefully and suddenly said, "You've lost a lot of weight recently. Although you're busy with work, you have to take care of your health." When Hu Xiaoheng wasn't on a mission, his eating schedule was very regular. In his official residence, he had to eat a steak every meal, as well as all kinds of high-protein and nutritious meals. However, during this period of time, he was indeed hungry and full. He couldn't eat, and he didn't feel anything when he ate. Hu Xiaoheng paused and grunted. He quickly finished everything on the plate. After cleaning up the dishes, he said to Song Jining, "Uncle's phone is still with you, right?" Song Jining looked at him strangely. "Yes, what's wrong? Why do you want his phone?" "I want to take a look." He told Song Jining what Bai Genie had said, and finally asked, "Do you think there's a way to find out where the phone call from 7 years ago came from?" Song Jining's expression was very cautious. She frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "It's hard to say. If the phone operator can't find out where that number came from, then only the quantum communicator has the ability." Hu Xiaoheng looked up in surprise. Quantum communicator? Doesn't Gu Xiangwen have a broken quantum communicator? Song Jining nodded. Yes, I don't have the ability to fix it. Didn't Nianji say that she wanted to study it properly? Song Jining was filled with regret for accidentally mentioning Gu Nianji. She quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had already fallen silent. He said, "It should be at Nianji's house. I'll bring it over for you to study." "I really don't have that ability," Song Jining told the truth. Song Jining told the truth. "Look, the quantum computer we worked so hard to create is only a prototype. How can we repair a more advanced quantum communicator? Even you don't have such great ability." Then Gu Xiangwen. How did he research it? Hu Xiaoheng was puzzled. Song Jining shook her head. "I don't know either, but I'm about to unlock that music box. Why don't I give you the phone and you can study it yourself? I'll see if I can unlock Gu Xiangwen's music box as soon as possible." That music box was the one Hu Xiaoheng and the others had found in Gu Xiangwen's Sirius I submarine. It was found in the submarine. According to Gu Xiangwen's holographic last words, it contained his greatest research results. "Okay, I'll take a look at that phone." Hu Xiaoheng agreed. He took his uncle Hu Guanyuan's phone from Song Jining. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1460, Where is the Person? Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Originally, he was still working overtime today, but when he saw that the monthly vote was actually 6,000, he went home and worked hard to update the second update. There were 6,000 monthly votes at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1472. This phone was an old model from more than 10 years ago. It couldn't even be considered a smartphone. The only advanced thing was the phone battery inside. Hu Xiaoheng held it in his hand and began to check the programs and content stored inside. Song Jining went to her laboratory to continue solving the various sets of questions and equations left behind by Gu Xiangwen. The process of opening the music box was a pure test of one's intelligence. There were no shortcuts that could be taken. When people were immersed in their work, time passed very quickly. It was midnight in the blink of an eye. Hu Xiaoheng withdrew his thoughts from the program on his phone and sighed helplessly. No, he didn't find any clues. Bai Yueron's recording of Bai Genie's whisper still didn't have any evidence to support it. A confession that couldn't be supported by evidence could only be considered a clue. Although Hu Xiaoheng really wanted to believe her, he still maintained a cautious attitude because he couldn't find any circumstantial evidence. He sat on the sofa in Song Jining's office with one hand on the back of the sofa and the other supporting his head. He looked out the window at the night sky in a daze. He seemed to be thinking about 1,000 things, but also seemed to be thinking about nothing. He sat for a while, couldn't resist the urge to sleep, and took a nap on the sofa. When he woke up, he found that the sky outside was already bright. He looked at his watch. It was already 5:50 in the morning. No wonder it was almost dawn. The sofa was a little small. He had been on it all night, and his legs were numb. He stood up and was about to go out for a walk when he suddenly heard his phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was Song Jining's number. "Miss Song." Song Jining's voice was unexpectedly excited. "Xiaoheng, I solved the password to the music box. I saw Gu Xiangwen's most important research result." Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. "Where are you?" "I'm in the lab. Do you want to come and take a look?" Hu Xiaoheng quickly left Song Jining's office and passed through the heavily guarded security check. He finally arrived at the door of her lab and rang the doorbell. Song Jining pressed the button. The lab was soundproof and shockproof. The door that could even resist missiles quietly opened to both sides. Hu Xiaoheng quickly glanced at the postmodern decoration of the lab and the various experimental platforms. There was a huge oil painting on the wall opposite the laboratory. It was a long instrument that looked like a crystal chandelier that was as tall as a 3-story building. This was the prototype of the quantum computer that the Institute of High Energy Physics had commissioned the military to build. This kind of instrument had extremely high requirements for the environment and energy. Until now, it could only be stored in the special underground laboratory of this laboratory building. It was just an oil painting upstairs, but it was already shocking enough. Song Jining was wearing a white coat and standing in front of an experimental platform. She waved at him. "Close the door and come here quickly. I'll show you this." She held the black music box in her hands, her face flushed with excitement. Hu Xiaoheng walked over. "What exactly is it?" Song Jining held up a flash drive. "See this? It's all in here." She inserted the flash drive into the computer, entered the password she had cracked, and found a set of design drawings in the flash drive. Song Jining opened the blueprint file. "What is this?" Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly. "From the shape, it looks like a quantum communicator. Gu Xiangwen's most important research result is this quantum communicator," Song Jining said very cautiously. He explained at the end of the blueprint that he had been inspired by someone a long time ago and had the idea of building a quantum communicator. However, after many years, there had been a technical bottleneck that had not been broken through, so the quantum communicator that he built was only a semi-finished product and could not communicate. It wasn't until he was trapped at the bottom of the sea because of a submarine accident that he suddenly thought of the key to the problem. However, he no longer had time to complete his research and development, so he could only leave behind this set of improved design drawings. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. "So the quantum communicator we found isn't actually broken, but it hasn't been successfully developed at all?" "Yes, it's only a semi-finished product, so it can't be used." "I thought it was broken." "As expected, I can't express my opinion on something I haven't touched before." Song Jining was very emotional. "This design drawing is really amazing. It's simply enlightening. For example, using that quantum communicator, not only can it disguise a normal number as an invalid number, but it can also use quantum theory to achieve real-time communication between two phones. It can also achieve multidimensional, omnidirectional, and time-limited communication. This is the most special part of the quantum communicator." Hu Xiaoheng suddenly understood something. If quantum theory can really be used in the macroscopic world, it will revolutionize our world. Song Jining was even more regretful. What a pity that such a talented scientist died so early. If he were still alive, his contribution to the entire human race would be incalculable. However, such a powerful person couldn't save his beloved daughter's life. Hu Xiaoheng sighed silently in his heart. Looking at the design drawing and thinking of the unfinished quantum communicator with Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng said, "I'll give you that quantum communicator. Can you complete its invention?" "I'm afraid I can't help." Song Jining unplugged the flash drive regretfully and put it back into the music box. Then, she closed the music box according to the original procedure. She continued, "I can't help much because this isn't my main research direction. It's not even a field I'm familiar with. There were too few scientists like Gu Xiangwen who were almost all-round. With Song Jining's high intelligence, she could only be outstanding in certain areas. It was impossible for her to be like Gu Xiangwen, who could cross the three major fields of physics, medicine, and biology with ease. However, this design drawing wasn't completely useless for Song Jining. This was because this design drawing was about how to use quantum theory to create related instruments. In this regard, they could understand everything. Therefore, this design drawing was also a great inspiration for Song Jinning's research in her main field. She was originally a big shot at studying high-energy magnetic fields. 17 years ago, the military and their Institute of High-Energy Physics experiment was related to super-strong magnetic fields. Our experiment has recently reached a bottleneck and hasn't made any progress. But this design drawing has given me a new direction. I think our experimental equipment can be changed. And most importantly, the magnetic field data I've obtained recently has allowed me to improve my understanding of high-energy magnetic fields. In his design drawing, how to allow the quantum communicator to obtain energy from the electric field is very original and very effective. Last time in the Sea of Japan, Ninji helped me realize the transformation from a super-strong magnetic field to an electric field. It showed me how much potential power a super-strong magnetic field has when it transforms energy. There's also the high-energy magnetic field data that Gu Xiangguan left for your uncle, as well as the abnormal magnetic field fluctuations that appeared near the sinkhole in the Tunguska region of Russia in the first half of the year. They all made me think of how to obtain the high-energy magnetic field needed for the experiment. Song Jinning's eyes lit up. I think our experiment is just around the corner. Hu Xiaoheng, he realized that he didn't care at all about whether the military and the Institute of High-Energy Physics experiment would succeed. He only wanted to find Gu Ninji now. He only wanted to see her by his side so that his heart could truly calm down. Hu Xiaoheng had never interfered with Song Jinning's work in life, nor would he interfere with her research. But this time, he made an exception and said, "Ms. Song, can you put aside your experiment for now and help us find Ninji's whereabouts?" Song Jinning stopped her excited thoughts and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Her heart skipped a beat. This was her son, a son who was unmoved by anything. This was the first time he had asked her to help him find his beloved girl. She really wasn't a good mother. Song Jinning patted his shoulder. "Okay, I'll help you." She then asked, "What can I help you with?" Hu Xiaoheng. What Hu Xiaoheng hoped the most was that Song Jinning could complete the design and manufacture of the quantum communicator so that it could be used. However, Song Jinning had already made it clear that she couldn't do it. Hu Xiaoheng didn't force her. He thought about it for a moment and said, "I haven't thought about it yet, but when Ninji disappeared, we found some related surveillance videos. Can you help me do a technical analysis of those surveillance videos?" Of course, it's a higher level of technical analysis. The Special Operations Forces could do the general technical analysis themselves. However, for a higher level of technical analysis, they needed the amazing people from the Institute of High-Energy Physics. No problem. Song Jinning quickly agreed. "Send me the surveillance videos. I'll help you do the technical analysis." This is today's second monthly vote, 6,000 plus updates, Chapter 1461, Breaking Through the Bottleneck. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1473. Thank you, Miss Song. Hu Xiaoheng was truly exhausted, so much so that he had no choice but to ask for help from Song Jinning, who had nothing to do with their work. This was the first time in his career that he had ever experienced something like this. Song Jinning was very worried about his physical condition, but she still said, "I will do my best to help you, but you have to be mentally prepared. Professionals do professional things. I'm not good at finding people." She was also worried about Gu Ninji's whereabouts, but this wasn't something she was good at, so she wisely didn't criticize Hu Xiaoheng's work to avoid affecting their normal work. Hu Xiaoheng also knew this, but he really had no other choice. It was obvious that the other party's technology was more advanced than theirs, and it was premeditated. They had prepared for such a long time, like casting a net. If he did not think of another way, then he really had no chance of winning. He explained the procedures and goals of their work to Song Jinning and discussed the follow-up. He then called Zhao Liangze and asked him to send him the surveillance footage related to Gu Nianji's disappearance. After Song Jining received all the surveillance videos, she immediately began to analyze the data. Hu Xiaoheng bid farewell and prepared to leave her lab. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a chubby man in a white coat standing at the door, about to press the doorbell. "Mr. Hua. Why are you here?" The person standing in front of Song Jining's laboratory was actually Chen Lai. Hu Xiaoheng was also very surprised. "Weren't you doing a DNA comparison? It should be in the underground laboratory, right? Because the quantum computer is underground." Chen Lai narrowed his eyes and smiled absent-mindedly. "Of course. Damn it, I'm so tired. Now, all I see are numbers, and you're just like data, ha 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 ha." He stepped aside. Chen Lai walked in and looked around. "Where's Director Song? Why are you here?" After working with the quantum computer for more than 2 days, Chen Lai was a little dizzy. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. He was extremely excited and even trembling. Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment. "Let's go out first. Let's not disturb Ms. Song's work." He gently closed the lab door and left the Institute of High Energy Physics with Chen Lai. By the time the two of them returned to the office building of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, it was already dawn. The September sun brought with it the heat of late summer. Although it was only early in the morning, it already had some power. Hu Xiaoheng closed the door to his office and looked at Chen Lai. His expression was still calm, but his voice was a little shaky. "The results are out." Chen Lai's round eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. "We're out." Hu Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. "Why are you so agitated?" Chen Lai leaned forward and said mysteriously, "Beg me. Beg me and I'll tell you." Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes speechlessly and said dryly, "Chen Lai, Nianji is waiting for us to save her. Why are you still keeping us in suspense? Ask your own conscience. It will hurt." Chen Lai rubbed his chest, his expression pained and conflicted. "I'm in such a good mood and so excited. I've really let Nianji down. My conscience really hurts." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He sat down on the sofa across from him and said calmly, "If you hadn't laughed so hard that I couldn't see your eyes, I might have believed you." Chen Lai didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "Hu Xiao, my conscience really hurts. Believe me." "I don't believe you." Hu Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and crossed his arms. He was calm and composed. "Hurry up and tell me, or I'll let you have a taste of the iron fist of the people's dictatorship." Hu Xiaoheng's deterrence was still somewhat effective. Chen Lai took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He said, "I spent 2 days and 1 night using a quantum computer to finally compare the 6 billion base pairs of the 2 sets of DNA in order." Hu Xiaoheng listened attentively. He turned on his phone and pointed it at Chen Lai to record the video. Chen Lai rambled on. "Do you know, I've never seen such a situation before. I first compared the DNA base pair sequence of He Zhichu and the 16-year-old boy," Chen Lai said as he took out a flash drive from his pocket. "I'll show you." The computer in Hu Xiaoheng's office was connected to the big screen on the wall. Chen Lai walked to the back of the computer and plugged in the flash drive. Opening the file in the flash drive, Chen Lai beamed with joy. "Look, this is the DNA of the boy who died at the age of 16. We can call him Little He Zhichu. This is the DNA base pair sequence of Big He Zhichu, which is also Professor He. From the comparison of all the base pairs, I found that their DNA base pairs are almost exactly the same." "Yes, you heard me right. I said almost. It's not exactly the same as what we thought before." Hu Xiaoheng remained calm, but he still heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It finally proved that the two of them were not the same person. As long as the DNA was different, they could never be the same person. But where are the differences? Chen Lai pointed at Hu Xiaoheng with the mouse. Look, this is the place where the young He Jichu's DNA mutated. There are a total of 8 nodes. This proves that what the nanny said was true. The young He Jichu is indeed sick, and it's a disease that won't last long. These DNA mutations directly limit his hematopoietic function. In other words, he really has a very serious congenital disease. Look here again. This is Professor He's DNA sequence. Look at the corresponding 8 nodes here. They're completely healthy and normal. There's no mutation at all. So the bases in these 8 places in Professor He's DNA are completely different from the young He Jichu's. This also proves that their DNA sequences are not exactly the same. Chen Lai was so excited that his face turned red. Let's look at the results of our Ninji and little Ninji's DNA comparison. It's even more amazing. He deliberately used our Ninji and little Ninji to distinguish the two of them. Little Ninji was the 12-year-old girl who died in the submarine in the Caribbean Sea's Blue Hole 7 years ago. Our Ninji was, of course, the beautiful 19-year-old girl who grew up by their side and was now missing. The situation is very similar to He Jichu's. The DNA of the two of them is almost exactly the same. Except in 2 key places. But these 2 key places are different from He Jichu's situation. Chen Lai slowed down his tone and said word by word, the situation on their side is even more unbelievable. First of all, you have to know that half of the people on Blue Planet have ancient virus genes in their genes. They are usually latent and invisible. Only when the conditions are right or when they are stimulated by the outside world will they be expressed, causing various diseases of the immune system. And little Ninji's gene sequence clearly shows that there are 2 nodes of the ancient virus gene hidden in her genes that do not maintain their invisible characteristics. Instead, they are expressed and displayed in her body. Because of this, her body is very weak. Gu Yanran once said that she eavesdropped on Gu Xiangwen and his wife and said that little Ninji would not live past the age of 18. It must be true. This kind of congenital genetic condition is practically carrying a living virus. It's really absurd for her to live past the age of 18. Chen Lai slammed the mouse hard. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him without batting an eyelid. Chen Lai immediately withered. He rubbed his hands and said fawningly, but our Ninji is different. Look at this, this is our Ninji's gene structure map. On the big screen on the wall, a comparison of gene structure maps appeared. In Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, those long and short pictures looked no different from binary. But in the eyes of an expert, this was the most beautiful picture in the world. I can say that our Ninji's gene structure represents the most perfect combination of human genes. There are no mutations or defects. More importantly, they are all human genes. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. She's a human. What's so strange about her genes being all human genes? Of course it's strange. Chen Lai waved his fists excitedly. I just said that 8% of the genes in the identified human gene map actually come from viruses. 8%. Do you understand? In other words, each of us has more or less non-human genes in our bodies. Hu Xiaoheng, this was really hard to understand and believe. How could there be 8% of virus genes in human genes? Chen Lai pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and explained to Hu Xiaoheng with a flushed face. It's like this. First of all, you have to know what a virus is. It's called a virus in English. In the textbooks, it's stated that a virus is a non-cellular form. It's between a living and non-living body. It's neither living nor non-living. It's mainly made up of a nucleic acid molecule, which is DNA or RNA, and a protein. It infects the host by relying on continuous self-replication to occupy the host's body. When viruses infected humans in ancient times, they could convert their own RNA into DNA and leave it in the ancient human genome. Although the infected humans eventually defeated the virus and survived, these defeated viruses were not completely removed from the human body. The DNA fragments they left in the human genome lurked and were passed down from generation to generation as humans reproduced. Therefore, 8% of the human genes identified by modern humans actually came from ancient viruses. These different viruses embedded in our genomes have different effects on the human body. They can't be generalized. But it can't be denied that these are all external influences. Even if some virus genes have been tamed by the human body and become an indispensable part of the human genome, they are still not of our race, not of our heart. Their lurking is like a ticking time bomb. You don't know when they will explode one day. Some virus genes even determine the extent of the human body's resistance to certain diseases. In this sense, whether you will get those serious diseases is really determined by your genes. Acquired factors don't have much influence. Therefore, to treat certain diseases, the most effective way is to start with genes. But frankly speaking, our current understanding of genes is still too shallow. The technology that can be used to treat diseases at the genetic level is also too backward. The cost is huge, and there isn't much effect. But our Nyenji's genes are different. Not only do her genes not have any remnants of ancient virus genes, but they are completely human genes. Moreover, they are incomparably healthy and perfect, and they have that powerful function. Chen Lai's last sentence was vague, but Hu Xiaoheng understood what he meant. It wasn't strange that there were no mutations or defects in the genes, but not only were there no mutations or defects, but they were all human genes. Moreover, they could repair mutated and defective genes. This was very heaven-defying. Hu Xiaoheng frowned. Is she really that perfect? Things that were too perfect always made people feel that they were illusory and would not last long. It's just that perfect. If you don't agree, hang yourself. Chen Lai chuckled and said Gu Nianji's catchphrase. So, our Nyenji's DNA is actually different from little Nyenji's. Hu Xiaoheng urgently needed to confirm this. Otherwise, he didn't know how to face little Nyenji's body, which was about to be escorted back by Yin Shixiang. It's definitely different. Chen Lai was very emotional. Although the two of them have exactly the same genes related to Gu Xiangwen, there are still differences between them. This kind of difference is like the difference between the two of them being biological sisters with the same father and mother. But Gu Xiangwen didn't have two daughters. Hu Xiaoheng subconsciously refuted Chen Lai's conclusion. Chen Lai shrugged and said nonchalantly, I'm purely from a biological point of view. Even if they weren't born to the same parents, it's still possible for such a DNA situation to have a parent-child relationship. Although the probability is very, very small, it's not completely impossible. Hu Xiaoheng thought about this possibility, but Chen Lai was shocked by his discovery. Major General Hua, have you ever thought that our Nyenji's genes might be the only set in this world that belongs to humans? No wonder it's so perfect. It's so powerful. Chen Lai was almost dancing with joy. If only I could give out paper. This is definitely a Nobel Prize-level discovery. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help glancing at him and reminded him, you've made an even greater discovery than this, so wake up. It's already dawn. Stop daydreaming. Chen Lai giggled and said emotionally, this discovery is different from other discoveries. This is a discovery that can be made public. Unfortunately, it's on our Nyenji, so I still can't say it. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and silently deleted the video he had just recorded. He then reminded Chen Lai, keep this discovery to yourself forever. Just tell the outside world that they're biological sisters. Oh. Chen Lai looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Although he felt it was a pity, he still nodded. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Chen Lai yawned loudly and said, "I'm really sleepy. I haven't slept for 3 days. Major General Hua, I'll go back first, okay?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded and watched Chen Lai leave. He turned his chair around and looked out the window at the morning sun. He thought to himself, where is Nianji now? Are they really getting closer to her step by step? This is today's chapter, chapter 1462, Perfect Genes. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. I've calculated with my fingers that our Nianji will be rough tomorrow. Mwah. Chapter 1474. After careful consideration, Hua Xiaoheng once again deployed a new direction of action. Time passed nervously. A week later, Yin Shixiang finally returned to the southernmost military port of the Huaxia Empire with the submarine and warship containing little Nianji's body. Like Gu Xiangwen's large submarine, Sirius I little Nianji's small submarine, Sirius II, also stayed at this military base. 2 was also left in this military base. Sirius III could finally be placed side by side. 2, they could finally be placed side by side. It was still the same huge cave, surrounded by cold steel supports. The light of the shadowless lamp poured down from the top and shone on the 2 submarines, one large and one small. Even the cold incandescent seemed to have softened a little, like a kind father looking at his naughty child with a gentle gaze. The corners of Yin Shixiang's eyes were moist. He took a few photos with his phone. Then, he left the military port and boarded a military transport plane back to the imperial capital. Little Nianji's body was placed in an exquisite cherrywood coffin and brought back to the imperial capital. When the military transport plane landed at the imperial capital airport, Hua Xiaoheng called Yi Xian over to welcome them. Yi Xian had specially dressed up today. He was wearing a black tuxedo and a bow tie. His shiny black hair complemented his mixed-race handsome face, adding a sense of charm and beauty. He held a budding rose in his hand and waited for little Nianji's coffin to come down from the plane like he was waiting for his beloved girl's lover. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside him with his hands behind his back, a little speechless. However, this was Yi Xian's matter, so he didn't want to comment. A few soldiers carried the small cherrywood coffin down from the military transport plane, and Yin Shixiang walked at the front. When he passed by Hua Xiaoheng nodded at him. "Thank you for your hard work." Yin Shixiang quickly said. "It's not hard work." Yi Xian walked over and looked at Yin Shixiang carefully. "Sir, can I help her carry the coffin? Send her on her last journey." Yin Shixiang's mouth was half open as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "Let him send her." Yin Shixiang quickly gave up his position. Yi Xian pinned the rose to his chest and carried little Nianji's cherrywood coffin on his shoulder. He thought to himself, "Little Nianji, I'll send you back to your parents." With the special approval of the relevant departments of the state, little Nianji was finally buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery as a minor child of a martyr. She was buried with Gu Xiangwen and his wife. The family of 3 was finally reunited on the land of China. The reason Hua Xiaoheng used was that Gu Xiangwen had 2 biological daughters, and little Nianji was also his biological daughter. The name on the tombstone is Krina. Ku was the Latin name Hua Xiaoheng had given little Nianji. It had the same meaning as the English name Sirius. He didn't want to see the name Gu Nianji, or Sirius, engraved on the tombstone. Although Gu Yanran insisted that Gu Xiangwen didn't have 2 daughters, the results of the DNA test were there for all to see. Saying anything more would only make people think that she had ulterior motives and was a habitual liar. Moreover, this kind of result was more acceptable than other results. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi believed it, not to mention General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai. They all agreed with this result. Only Hu Xiaoheng and Qinlai knew that things weren't that simple. Autumn in the imperial capital was supposed to be the most beautiful season of the year. The sky was often clear and white clouds floated. There were bright red maple leaves both inside and outside the city. However, on the day of little Ninji's burial, it rained in the imperial capital. The evergreen pines and cypresses in the National Martyrs Cemetery were washed green by the rain. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the rain, wearing a formal military uniform and standing with General Ji. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze held the big black umbrella for them on both sides. "Is there any news from Ninji?" General Ji asked softly. The ceremony in front was still going on, but not many people came. It was only a small burial ceremony. Yi Xian took on everything that a family member should do in front. Hu Xiaoheng followed General Ji and stood behind to watch quietly. He shook his head. "I'm still looking." General Ji turned to look at him, patted him on the shoulder, and left without saying anything. Not long after General Ji left, Hu Xiaoheng's phone rang. He had been wearing a Bluetooth headset. When he heard Song Jinning's voice, his heart skipped a beat. "Miss Song, what's the matter?" Song Jinning had been studying the surveillance videos that Hu Xiaoheng and the others had obtained for the past week. With her technical skills and professionalism, coupled with the powerful computing power of the quantum computer, she finally discovered the problem in the surveillance videos. "Xiaoheng, come here for a moment. My technical analysis has come up." Song Jinning's voice was slightly unsteady. Hu Xiaoheng's face twitched involuntarily, and his heart suddenly beat very fast. This was an intuition that he had developed on the battlefield. When a target or danger appeared, he could intuitively sense it. Hu Xiaoheng immediately turned around and walked to his car. What's the result? He had never been so anxious before. He couldn't help but want to know the result on the way. Song Jinning didn't keep him in suspense. She looked at the computer screen in front of her and said excitedly, "There is indeed something wrong with the surveillance video, especially the surveillance video of 4 black SUVs that suddenly appeared. There are traces of an abnormal magnetic field on the image at the same time. The abnormal magnetic field this time is very subtle. It's not as powerful as any abnormal magnetic field we found before, but it's more precise and leaves no traces. That's why your technical analysis didn't notice it. I didn't notice it when I first analyzed it. Later, after the video was further digitized and analyzed with a quantum computer, I found traces of the abnormal magnetic field. Therefore, just like the day she appeared, the abnormal magnetic field appeared on the day she disappeared." Hu Xiaoheng had an idea. He quickly got into the car and pulled the car door shut with one hand. "Go to the Institute of High Energy Physics." When they arrived at Song Jinning's Institute of High Energy Physics, Hu Xiaoheng sat beside her and watched her explain the surveillance video from 3 weeks ago frame by frame on the computer. "Look, this is the abnormal fluctuation that appeared on the screen 3 weeks ago when the 18-wheeler truck blocked the camera. Did you see it? Even without high-definition digital processing, the image will blur and jump for a few seconds at this time. Although it's very short and the human eye might not be able to see it, the instrument can capture it." Hu Xiaoheng agreed. "Our technicians noticed this phenomenon, but after analysis, they think that this is just a common focus problem for ordinary cameras." Song Jinning replied with an "oh," and said regretfully, "This is indeed a common problem with ordinary cameras, but if your technicians have done in-depth research on abnormal magnetic fields, they will be able to tell that this isn't a blur and jump caused by the focus problem of ordinary cameras." She paused. "This is the fluctuation caused by the abnormal magnetic field that affects the focus of the camera." Song Jinning patiently pointed with the mouse for Hu Xiaoheng to see. "Look here again." When the 18-wheeler truck drove away and the 4 black SUVs suddenly appeared and drove in 4 directions, the abnormal magnetic field disappeared. This means that the 4 cars are just a cover. What really happened in the few seconds when the 18-wheeler truck blocked the camera. She paused and looked a little unnatural. It was just a few seconds. What do you think happened? Yes, what exactly happened in the few seconds 3 weeks ago? On that day 3 weeks ago, Gu Nianji hadn't been unconscious for long. She quickly regained consciousness. Her head was still a little dizzy, but she had already regained her senses. However, she didn't open her eyes and remained motionless. Everything that had just happened was too shocking to her. The image of Xiaoyi lying on the floor covered in blood kept replaying in her mind. Her heart tightened and felt sad. It was like a huge rock was weighing heavily on her heart. She kept praying that Major General Hua and the others would discover the abnormality in her apartment in time and save Xiaoyi. After praying anxiously, her thoughts returned to herself. When she thought about it, she was instantly furious. Damn it! She had actually been kidnapped. The other party had actually said that they wanted to take her home. Which lunatic asylum hadn't closed the door properly and let these lunatics out? How dare they kidnap her in the Huaxia Empire? These people were either crazy or idiots. When Major General Hua caught them, he would definitely cut them into pieces. Gu Nianji thought angrily. Her eyelids quietly lifted. Her thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly and opened a tiny gap. She wanted to see where she was. Major General Hua and the others should be able to find her soon. She was very confident of that. But before that, she had to have a clear understanding of her situation. She didn't know if her phone was still there, but even if she didn't have her phone's GPS, she still had the GPS that Hua Xiaoheng had specially installed for her. Just as her eyelids opened a slit, a strong and blinding ray of sunlight shone on her, instantly stinging her eyes. Gu Nianji instinctively closed her eyes. The intense light stung her so much that tears involuntarily flowed out of her eyes. What was this place? How could there be such strong sunlight? Gu Nianji recalled the weather in the imperial capital and began to feel that something was wrong. No matter how strong the sunlight in the imperial capital was, it couldn't be so pure and scorching. The light was burning her eyes like a high temperature. Her eyes were about to go blind from looking at him. Gu Nianji's entire body stiffened. She still didn't dare to open her eyes. She only relied on her ears and the feeling of her skin to sense her surroundings. It was very quiet beside her, and the temperature wasn't high. It was very comfortable. She was sitting, and the seat under her. Why did it feel like a car seat? Gu Nianji became even more nervous. She remembered that year when she was kidnapped in the Königssee suburb of Munich, Germany. Could it be the same situation? But Seth and his stepfather seemed to be dead, right? Could it be that his mother had come to the Huaxia Empire to avenge him and her husband? Gu Nianji thought about it aimlessly and waited quietly for a while. It was terrifyingly quiet beside her. She couldn't feel anyone else beside her at all. Where were those cruel and brainless kidnappers? Was he going to leave her here alone? Where was she? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1463, Where is she? A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. There will be a second update at 8:00 p.m. for Beth 1211, who was promoted to the leader last August. Mwah. Chapter 1475. After hesitating for a few minutes, Gu Nianji finally quietly opened her eyes again. This time, perhaps her eyes had adapted to the light just now, or the angle of the sunlight had changed. In short, when she opened her eyes this time, the strong light didn't continue to shine directly into her eyes. She finally opened her eyes fully, and quickly looked around her. She found herself sitting in the passenger seat of a car, but there was no one in the driver's seat beside her, nor was there anyone in the back seat. As expected, there was no one around her. She was the only person in the car. It was very hot in the car, and she didn't know if the air conditioner was turned on. Gu Nianji looked up and saw an invincible view of the sea in front of her. Gu Nianji sucked in a breath of cold air and widened her eyes in disbelief. No wonder the sunlight was so dazzling just now. It was the sun by the sea. The indigo blue sea stretched out in front of her, and it was so vast that it was frightening. The beach covered with fine white sand stretched out in front of her, and there were tall coconut trees by the side of the road with large coconuts hanging from them. Just between the beach and the sea stood a tall, black-haired man wearing a neat black suit. It was obviously the same clothes worn by the previous kidnappers. However, looking at his back and standing posture, her intuition told her that this person was a soldier. She didn't know which of the kidnappers he was. She still clearly remembered the appearance of the 4 kidnappers. Then what about the others? Where were they hiding? Gu Nianji didn't dare to act rashly. She raised her hand slightly to look at her watch. It should have only been 15 minutes since she was kidnapped from her apartment. So how did she get from the intersection of the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital to this beach in 15 minutes? Gu Nianji looked around and found that as far as she could see, there was only the vast sea. So this was an island. She muttered to herself and looked down at the rope that was strangling her tightly. It turned out to be the seat belt in the car. She reached out and tried to unfasten the seat belt. With a click, the seat belt was unfastened just like that. Gu Nianji was excited. Did the kidnappers think too little of her, so they didn't really tie her up, or did they think she wouldn't wake up so soon, so they didn't tie her up? Gu Nianji thought about it as she quietly tried to open the car door. She didn't expect that no matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't budge. After trying for a long time, Gu Nianji finally stopped. It turned out that the kidnappers didn't tie her up not because they didn't care about her, nor because they thought she wouldn't wake up so soon, but because they had other precautions. Lock the car door. Even if she woke up, she would be fine. Gu Nianji squinted at the lock on the car door and snorted internally. Do you think a car lock can lock me? How naive. Gu Nianji raised her hand to touch her earlobe, and the corners of her mouth suddenly twitched. Where were her diamond earrings? That was the GPS device Hu Xiaoheng had ordered for her. Where did it fall to? Gu Nianji suddenly panicked. She slipped out of the car seat and fumbled around in the compartment. After searching for a long time, he couldn't even find a single diamond chip. Where are her earrings? Could it have fallen on the road? Gu Nianji was really anxious now. Her previous confidence and calmness were all based on the foundation that Hu Xiaoheng would find her soon. Now that she realized that they might not be able to find her so easily, she couldn't help but feel nervous. His eyelid started twitching uncontrollably. Was it the left eyelid twitching for wealth, and the right eyelid twitching for disaster? Or was it the right eyelid twitching for wealth, and the left eyelid twitching for disaster? She couldn't tell anymore. She reached into her pocket with one hand and found that her phone was still there. That was good. Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone again. After pressing for a long time, she found that her phone had run out of battery. It was clearly still 100% charged in the morning, but after 15 minutes, it had run out of battery. This was this year's new Apple phone. Could it be that it had also encountered a battery problem? Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and put the phone back into her pocket. What the hell was going on? Could it be that this time was even more dangerous than the time in the German Alps? Gu Nianji sat back in her seat in a daze and suddenly noticed that the man standing on the beach in front of her, looking at the sea, suddenly moved as if he was about to turn around. She quickly fastened her seat belt again, closed her eyes again, and pretended to be unconscious. She couldn't run out, and she didn't know where the kidnappers were. In a moment of desperation, it was better to stay still than to move. She closed her eyes and waited in the car for a while. Then she heard the door on the driver's side open. Someone got in the car and sat in the driver's seat. Gu Nianji couldn't help feeling nervous, but she still tried her best to maintain her previous posture and sat motionlessly in the seat. After the person sat in, he suddenly slammed the steering wheel hard and gritted his teeth. What kind of F*King high-tech is this? They're all a bunch of useless people. Gu Nianji's body stiffened even more, and beads of sweat gradually seeped out of her forehead. The person sat quietly for a while and glanced at Gu Nianji, just in time to see her eyelids move twice. Stop pretending. Aren't you awake? The person turned his head and spoke to Gu Nianji dryly. Gu Nianji, she slowly opened her eyes. Her jade-like eyes gradually emerged from the 2 rows of thick and slender eyelashes. It was like 2 sparkling stars had suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. They were large, translucent, and moving. The person only glanced at them before looking away. He lowered his head and took out a cigarette. He lit it in his mouth and took a puff. Then he opened the window and shook the ash onto the beach outside the car. This person should be the man in black who had been standing on the beach and looking into the distance, right? Gu Nianji quickly glanced at the spot in front of the car. Sure enough, the man was no longer there. She retracted her gaze and suppressed her racing heart. She also quietly sized up the man. The man was quite good-looking. His facial features were a little like He Jichu's, but he was much more muscular than He Jichu. He Jichu was a handsome and elegant young master who didn't eat the food of the world, but this man had a strong aura of the mortal world. He wasn't one of the 4 kidnappers. However, although this person wasn't one of the 4 kidnappers, he was wearing the same clothes as them. Therefore, this person must also be one of the kidnappers. In other words, there weren't only 4 people who had attacked her this time. There was a 5th person. This person was the most cunning and had been hiding behind the scenes, right? But how did he manage to bring her from the intersection of the 3rd ring road to this island in less than 15 minutes? This was simply too inconceivable. Sensing Gu Nianji looking at him, the man switched the cigarette in his hand from his right hand to his left. He placed it on the window and held the steering wheel with his right hand. He turned his head to look at her. This was Gu Nianji. 7 years ago, she wasn't like this, she had really changed a lot. He looked at her for a long time without batting an eyelid. Then he took out a photo from his pocket and compared it to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji glanced at the photo in the man's hand and the corners of her mouth twitched. She finally said, "Who are you? Should I call you Kidnapper A or Passerby A?" The man raised an eyebrow and seemed a little surprised. "Are you really Gu Nianji? You don't recognize me?" "Of course I don't know you. Do I know you that well?" Gu Nianji raised her head and rolled her eyes. Although her eyes were rolled to the sky, she was thinking nervously in her mind. She wasn't as arrogant and pretentious as she appeared to be. This person knew her name and seemed to be very familiar with her. The kidnappers had also said that they would take her home, so who had sent them? Gu Nianji's heart was pounding, and she had a vague guess. However, this guess made her feel especially heavy when she thought about how those people had shot Xiaoyi several times without hesitation and cruelly. Could these people have something to do with the memories she had forgotten? She stared at the man, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. It was like a storm was brewing in the dark sky. "Looks like it's true that you lost your memory." The man handed the photo in his hand to Gu Nianji. "Look at the photo of you when you were young. It's completely different from now. If they hadn't confirmed it, I would have thought they had the wrong person." Gu Nianji glanced at the photo. It was a photo she had never seen before. The person in the photo was indeed what she looked like when she was young. She was still hugging the doll and sitting on the swing in the garden. She was looking up and smiling at a man. The man was pushing the swing behind her. It looked like Hijichu. Gu Nianji suppressed the uneasiness and fear in her heart. She smiled and said with a hint of grievance, "I'm sorry, you really have the wrong person. Please let me go. Look at the person in this photo. He's completely different from me." This was the second update of the day, chapter 1464, I'm not familiar with you. A reminder to all of you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. This update was sent to Beth1211, who was promoted to the leader of the Alliance last August. Mwah. Chapter 1476. The man glanced sideways at Gu Nianji with an expression that said, "I'm a fool in your eyes. You spent so much manpower and resources, and in the end, you brought back a fake." Gu Nianji sniffled and looked up. She was choked by the man's expression. "What do you mean? You don't believe me?" Gu Nianji felt even more wronged. She couldn't stop crying when she thought about how anxious Major General Huo was right now. She had always been good at crying. Now, half of it was an act, and the other half was genuinely upset, so she cried even harder than usual. She didn't make a sound, but her tears rolled down her snow-white and delicate skin like beads from a broken necklace. Her shoulders twitched, and she bit her lower lip. Her exquisite nose fluttered gently, and her big misty eyes looked at the man accusingly. She cried until her heart was broken. The man didn't expect Gu Nianji to cry so suddenly, and he frowned in disgust. He didn't want to talk to her at first, but he couldn't take it anymore after seeing her cry for 10 minutes. He took out a tissue and handed it over. He said helplessly, "Why are you crying? It's not like I'll do anything to you." Gu Nianji heard that there was hope, but she continued to sob. She took the tissue from the man and wiped her face. She sobbed and said, "You won't do anything to me. You make it sound better than a song. I saw your people shoot my friend more than a dozen times with my own eyes. Do you know how tragic it was? They beat her until she was covered in blood." Gu Nianji thought of Xiaoyi lying in a pool of blood and finally cried out. "You used this method to force me out, and you still say you won't do anything to me. What else do you want to do to me? Do you want to shoot me so many times and only be satisfied when you're full of holes?" The man was stunned and said in disbelief, "What? You really shot her? Why would I lie to you? What's the point of lying to you about something like this? You people are so vicious. Do you want me to thank you for not killing me? You're such bullies. You're the ones who treat me like a fool. You keep saying you want to take me home. You even said you knew me when I was young. Are they really my family? How could they do such a crazy thing? If you really knew me when I was young, would you look at me with such disdain?" Gu Nianji was just short of cursing at the man with her thumb and middle finger. She had always been eloquent, so the man didn't want to argue with her. Moreover, what she said was very different from what he knew. That was why the man didn't retort. He silently smoked for a while before saying, "Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I have never received any orders to kill." Although he didn't belong to the same system as those 4 people, he understood their style of doing things. They shouldn't be so bloody. With their skills and equipment, it was entirely possible for them to take Gu Nianji away without alerting anyone. He didn't understand how this could happen. He looked at Gu Nianji carefully. She didn't look like she was lying. Besides, what was the point of lying? Pierced with a single poke. It was better to investigate this matter after he returned. The man's slender fingers rhythmically tapped on the steering wheel as he silently considered the next course of action. As Gu Nianji cried, she pondered over whether he was telling the truth or lying. If it was the truth, then it could be disintegrated. If it was a lie, then this man was quite good at lying to her face. Gu Nianji threw the tissue she had used to wipe her tears into the small trash can in the car and asked again while sobbing. "Do you have any more tissues?" The man speechlessly handed her another stack of wet tissues. Gu Nianji took it and moistened her hands. She looked up at the man and asked, "Who are you? What's your name? What do you want?" "I think you should be a soldier. Why did you have to learn from others and become a robber?" Then he added, "You're a beauty, so why did you become a thief?" Her big eyes had just been washed by tears, and they were even darker and brighter. The gem-like brilliance made her face light up. The man looked away and was silent for a while. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said uncomfortably, "I'm Qin Jining. You knew me when you were young. I was ordered to take you home." As expected, it had something to do with the memory she had forgotten. Gu Nianji's breathing paused for a moment. Her heart suddenly beat very fast. It was beating so fast that she felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. She couldn't panic, she couldn't panic. She had to talk properly. She took 2 deep breaths and closed her eyes. She felt that this man really didn't seem to have any ill intentions, and he was a little different from the vicious 4 kidnappers. She asked tentatively in a low voice, "Your name is Qin Jining. You said I knew you when I was young. You were ordered to take me home." "Yes." Qin Jining nodded. "But my home is here, in the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire. Where else are you taking me?" Gu Nianji didn't understand. Qin Jining frowned at her. "You really lost your memory?" Gu Nianji's face drooped as she replied listlessly, "Yes, I lost my memory 7 years ago. I really don't remember." She covered her head and knocked it against the car window. "Actually, I really want to remember what happened in the past, but just thinking about it gives me a headache." The intense, tearing headache was as painful as if someone was holding a blunt knife and was about to cut her brain in half. "If you can't remember, then don't think about it." Qin Jining sighed. "It's better to forget about those things." He finished smoking a cigarette and threw the butt away. He rolled up the car window and said, "Since we're here, let's see what this place is." Gu Nianji felt that something was wrong. "What do you mean? Don't you know what this place is?" Qin Jining didn't even look at her. He pushed open the car door and got out. There was a problem. "This isn't the place I'm taking you back to." Gu Nianji, F***CK. So the kidnapper was lost. Gu Nianji stared at Qin Jining's tall and sturdy back, not knowing what to say. "Do you want to go take a look?" Qin Jining turned to look at her. "This car has no battery left and can't start. We can only walk." Gu Nianji didn't want to speak. This unreliable kidnapper. She got out of the car aggrievedly and followed Qin Jining around the island. It took her a full 4 hours to circle the island. Her legs were almost limping along the way, but the man in front of her was still unhurried. He looked around as if he was on a scenic tour. They measured it with their feet and found that it was a very small island. They didn't know where it was in the sea. Both her and Qin Jining's phones were out of battery, and the battery in the car was also out of battery, so there was no way to charge their phones. Therefore, they couldn't use their phones to determine their location, nor could they use their phones to contact the outside world. "But how did we get here?" Gu Nianji asked, panting from exhaustion. "I remember we were still in the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital 15 minutes ago, right?" Qin Jining nodded. "Yes, it's high-tech. You don't have to understand." Gu Nianji, F***King high-tech. Gu Nianji wanted to curse. She rolled her eyes. "This high-tech is too unreliable, isn't it? I can't believe they threw us into this godforsaken place. Qin Jining glanced at her and curled his lips. If it was reliable, it wouldn't be called high-tech. Gu Nianji, the two of them circled the island, but it wasn't without gain. They found a house not far from where the car was parked. It was a small two-story house that looked like it had been in disrepair for a long time. Qin Jining opened the door of the house and went in to take a look. He said, "We'll stay here today. I'll check the battery in the car to see if it can still be saved." Gu Nianji stood in front of the house, hope rising in her heart. Her big eyes sparkled. "Is there no charger in this house?" Qin Jining shook his head. "There's no electricity here. Where would there be a charger?" That was primitive enough. Gu Nianji pretended to be curious and walked into the house to take a look. Qin Jining seemed to be very at ease with her. He went back to the car alone, got the toolbox, and began to check the battery. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding. She walked into the small building and looked out the window at Qin Jining. She saw him open the front cover of the car and bury his head in repairing the battery. He didn't seem to care at all, so she immediately ran out the back door with her arms around her waist. After leaving Qin Jining's line of sight, Gu Nianji hurriedly ran into the small forest that she had been secretly paying attention to when she was scouting the way. Although the island was small, there were quite a few coconut trees and shrubs. The mountains were lined with rocks, and the streams were gurgling. The scenery was indeed not bad. Gu Nianji had the experience of escaping in the Alps, so this time she was familiar with it and quickly ran into the forest. Although this place was small, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Jining to find her by himself. Although the sun was shining brightly on the island, it was still very cool in the forest. She burrowed into a dense forest. Her eyes were not used to the darkness for a moment when she first entered a dark place from a sunny place. After getting used to it, she saw that the scenery here was really not bad. There were long and short colorful tree hangers hanging from the trees like ropes. She was about to walk over when she suddenly saw one of the tree hangers wriggle. What was it? When she understood what was going on, she immediately let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, she hurriedly turned around and ran back the way she had come, as if a ghost was chasing her from behind. "Help! Help!" Gu Nianji screamed as she ran. Her heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire island. Qin Jining looked up from the front of the car. Gu Nianji happened to run behind him and grabbed him from behind. Her entire body was trembling. Snakes! So many snakes! Hanging on the tree. Ah! She was trembling so hard that she was going crazy. Qin Jining didn't like to have physical contact with her. He grabbed her wrist and twisted it. He turned around and was about to scold her when he suddenly saw that her eyes were dazed. She was on the verge of breaking down. The hand holding her wrist paused for a moment, then he let go of one hand and patted her back on hurriedly. He said calmly, "It's okay. The snakes won't chase after you if you run into the sun." Gu Nianji's entire body was trembling. Qin Jining comforted her for a long time, but in the end, he had no choice but to carry her into the car. Gu Nianji curled up into a ball and buried her head in her knees. She curled up in the back seat like an ostrich. Qin Jining thought about it and asked, "Where are the snakes?" Gu Nianji didn't look up. She pointed ahead and said, "Just go out from behind that house. About 500 meters from the path, there's a small forest. What are you doing there?" Qin Jining frowned, then understood. He sneered and rubbed his fists. "You want to run? Run away. Don't come back if you have the guts." Gu Nianji was originally very afraid, but Qin Jining's words successfully aroused her anger. She couldn't care less about her fear. She looked up and said angrily, "Do you think I don't want to run? If it weren't for those snakes, I would have run far away." Qin Jining had never known that someone could say such a shameless thing in front of him so confidently. You're indeed spoiled. Qin Jining glared at her for a while and shook his head. You're in the right if you want to run. Let me tell you, no one has ever escaped from me, Qin Jining. If you're the first, I'll change my name to yours for the rest of my life. This is today's first update, Chapter 1465, A Beautiful Woman, Why Become a Thief? Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. She suddenly realized that the monthly votes were almost 6,500. The monthly votes and updates were given in advance at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1477. I don't want you to take my surname. In your dreams. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him. As a soldier, you kidnapped and hurt innocent, law-abiding citizens. That's against the law. Let me tell you. Qin Jining spread out his hands and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Which eye of yours saw me kidnap you? Weren't you free to move around just now? You were the one who ran back. I didn't even say you sexually harassed me. Gu Nianji was so angry that she wanted to hit him. She clenched her fists and tried to calm her anger. When did I sexually harass you? Don't flatter yourself. Who threw herself at me just now? Qin Jining glanced at her disdainfully. I'm a good man who's clean and honest. I have someone I like in my heart. Save your energy and don't work on me. I never knew there was such a shameless person like you in this world. Gu Nianji was about to dig a hole in the cushion of the car seat. She was furious. Who worked on you? Don't forget that you're a vicious kidnapper. I happen to be a normal person and don't have Stockholm Syndrome. Besides, with your looks, do you think you're worthy? Narcissism is a disease. It has to be treated. Gu Nianji scoffed coldly. He wasn't even as good-looking as Major General Hua's pinky finger, and he was delusional enough to think that she would sexually harass him. Humph. The corners of Qin Jining's mouth twitched. You only know how to look at faces. How shallow. I won't lower myself to the level of a little girl like you. As he spoke, he jumped out of the car and slammed the door shut. Then, he walked towards the place Gu Nianji had mentioned. Just now, Gu Nianji had wanted to use all means to escape from this person, but now that this person had taken the initiative to leave, she was actually a little scared. After all, she had to choose the lesser of two evils. Compared to those disgusting tree ornaments, this kidnapper was much more pleasing to the eye. Gu Nianji wrapped the blanket tightly around her body. She wished she could shrink so that she couldn't be seen. Not long after, Qin Jining came over with two colorful tree ornaments and waved them at Gu Nianji from the car window. Gu Nianji was so scared that she couldn't help screaming again. She was most afraid of these reptiles. She couldn't help but hate them. Last time in the Alps, she did not encounter so many snakes. She didn't expect to meet her nemesis on this small island. Qin Jining opened the car door with a smile on his face. I know where this is. Gu Nianji, he picked up the two colorful tree ornaments and raised his eyebrows. This is the famous Snake Island of the Caribbean Sea. Caribbean Sea. So this is the Caribbean Sea. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched uncontrollably. So, within 15 minutes, she arrived at Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea from the intersection of the Third Ring Road of the imperial capital. Was this some kind of advanced technology? Was this person trying to trick her? Besides, why hadn't she heard of a Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea before? Qin Jining held up the 7 inches of the two snakes and showed them to Gu Nianji. He threatened her. These are the most venomous golden spearhead cave snakes in the world. If you run around again and get bitten by them, even your bones will melt. Gu Nianji shivered and looked up. Her face was paler than the snow, making her eyes and eyebrows even darker. Her lips were as red as fire, and she was beyond beautiful. Qin Jining was slightly taken aback. No wonder his cousin, He Jichu, had risked his life to look for her. He had once had such a beauty, so how could he be willing to give up? But on second thought, Gu Nianji wasn't this beautiful when she disappeared at the age of 12. And he had heard that his cousin had already given her to someone else, so what was he thinking? Was he out of his mind? Qin Jining shook his head and stopped trying to figure out He Jichu's intentions, but he didn't scare Gu Nianji either. He said, "This snake tastes good. We'll roast it later. Hurry up and take it away. Don't let me see it again." Gu Nianji's face was pale, and she curled up even more tightly. Qin Jining shrugged. Seeing that it was getting late, he stopped teasing Gu Nianji. He took the snake and went to the beach to cut it up. After the sun set, he started a bonfire in front of the car. He put the 2 snakes, which had been washed and skinned, on a small bamboo stick and roasted them over the fire. The sky turned dark, and it started to get cold. Gu Nianji wrapped herself into a ball with a small blanket. Qin Jining finished roasting the snake and raised his voice to Gu Nianji. "Do you want to eat it? It's very fragrant snake meat. I have barbecue seasoning in the car. You'll regret it if you don't eat it." Gu Nianji felt dizzy just thinking about the snake. In addition, she had been nervous all day, so she wasn't hungry yet. She didn't want to eat anything. She said gloomily, "You eat it yourself. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." She lay down in the back seat of the car wrapped in a blanket. She counted the stars outside the car and gradually fell asleep. Qin Jining ate half of the snake and cut the other half into small pieces. He put it in a small bag he found in the car and waited for Gu Nianji to wake up before eating it. He sat alone in front of the bonfire and thought about today's operation. He felt that the malfunction was inexplicable. They should have returned to their destination in a few seconds, but the magnetic field suddenly went out of control. In an instant, not only did all their charged instruments go haywire, but they also lost all their power. The car batteries and cell phone batteries were all used up. What the F***ck went wrong? Qin Jining looked back at the car. The girl was so careless. She had fallen asleep wrapped in a blanket. He sat silently in front of the bonfire for the whole night. When it was almost dawn and the bonfire was about to go out, he stepped on the remaining sparks. He thought that they couldn't just sit around and wait for death. They had to think of a way to get the news out. Or they could save themselves. Gu Nianji was woken up by hunger. The island was still in the middle of the night and day in the early morning. Bit by bit, the morning light climbed up from the sea to the blue sky, instantly dyeing the white sky red. The next moment, a red sun spurted out, dispersing the morning glow that filled the sky. There was only pure blue and pure golden yellow left in the sky. It was like Van Gogh's famous painting, Sunflower, full of vitality. Gu Nianji sat up from the back seat of the car and happened to see the sunrise. She was so amazed that she almost forgot her hunger. After the sun had completely risen, she pushed open the car door and got out of the car while covering her growling stomach. She saw that the bonfire in front of Qin Jining had already gone out, and the roasted snake meat was nowhere to be seen. Only some snake bones were scattered on the ground. It was obvious that someone had eaten them all. Gu Nianji felt very wronged. Although she said she wouldn't eat it last night, it didn't mean she wouldn't eat it today. What kind of kidnapper was this? Didn't he even have the common sense that hostages needed food to survive? If he starved her to death, what could he extort? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Qin Jining. Qin Jining happened to turn his head slowly and met her gaze. He was amused by the expression on her face. "Hungry, right?" Qin Jining stood up and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you didn't have yesterday's delicacy." The golden spearhead cave snake was no ordinary delicacy. Did you know? In our 4-star Michelin restaurant, this kind of snake meat is priceless. Diners had to bring their own snake meat to be processed. The restaurant didn't provide this kind of snake meat as an ingredient. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Jining coldly. Really? Then what's the price of this kind of snake meat if sold to the restaurant? It's worth more than gold. Qin Jining's smile was very annoying. Do you regret it? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Gu Nianji reached out her hand without hesitation. I, the golden spearhead cave snake, pay me. Qin Jining. Are you crazy? Why should I pay you? Qin Jining wondered if Gu Nianji was crazy. She was actually asking him for money. Of the 2 snakes you got yesterday, did you plan to give one of them to me to eat? Gu Nianji turned on the lawyer's interrogation mode. Qin Jining was slightly stunned. Yes, but, Gu Nianji interrupted him. Then did you eat mine too? Yes, but, so you ate my food. I won't pursue your act of forcible possession. Then pay me at the market price. Gu Nianji's outstretched hand trembled. Hurry up and pay me. Qin Jining was so confused by Gu Nianji that he only came to his senses when he took out his wallet. He angrily stuffed his wallet back, turned around, and opened the car door in front of him. He took out the half a bag of roasted snake meat that he had left for Gu Nianji yesterday and threw it at her. Who ate your food? I asked you to eat it, but you didn't want it, and now you're pestering me. This is today's second monthly ticket, 6,500 plus updates, Chapter 1466, hurry up and pay me. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1478. Gu Nianji didn't expect Qin Jining to really leave food for her. She was slightly stunned. She took the bag of roasted snake meat, lowered her head, and sighed slightly in her heart. This Qin Jining really didn't treat her too badly. If only he hadn't been involved in the shooting of Xiao Yi. Qin Jining watched as Gu Nianji returned to the back seat of the car. He took out the cold roasted snake meat from the small bag and began to eat it. The snake meat was already cold and had a fishy smell. It didn't even smell good, let alone eat it. However, she sat upright and held a small piece of snake meat in her hand. She ate it seriously and looked very cultured. It was as if it was a supreme delicacy, and she was sitting in a first-class restaurant. Her demeanor was impeccable. She was so tolerant and able to restrain herself. She really didn't look like someone who was spoiled. Qin Jining raked his hair with his hand and became annoyed. Stop eating. I'll go catch a few more snakes and cook snake soup in the house over there later. Didn't you say there's no electricity over there? How do you cook snake soup? Gu Nianji swallowed a small mouthful of snake meat. When there was no more food in her mouth, she looked up and asked in confusion. There's a kitchen in the resort over there. It used to use canned gas, but the gas tank there seems to be empty. Now we can only use the big stove for burning firewood. Qin Jining didn't even look at her. He said coldly, you can go pick up some firewood later. Gu Nianji nodded softly and finished the small bag of snake meat in her hand. She said nonchalantly, do you have water? I'm thirsty. Qin Jining took out a bottle of mineral water from the car and handed it over calmly. Drink it sparingly. There are only 2 bottles left. Gu Nianji took it and said softly, thank you. In the end, she unscrewed the cap and drank half the bottle in one go. Qin Jining was dumbfounded. He pointed at her, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he changed the topic. You go pick the firewood. I'll go catch the snakes. Gu Nianji's eyes curved as she put the mineral water back where it was. Okay. She was suddenly very obedient. Qin Jining wasn't used to it. Goosebumps broke out all over his body, and his scalp went numb. He looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously, then turned around to continue catching snakes in the forest. Gu Nianji slowly got out of the car and smiled as she looked at Qin Jining's back. She did not dare to go into the woods, so she could only pick up some dry branches from the bushes around the house. Fortunately, there were a lot of shrubs and branches around. Not long after, she picked up a small bundle and dragged it into the kitchen of the holiday house. He looked around the kitchen more carefully than he had the day before. The area of the kitchen was not small, it was at least 20 square meters. There were 2 stoves on the north wall. One of them was for burning gas. They had checked yesterday and there was no more gas in the gas tank. But just to be on the safe side, she dragged the canister out and threw it far into the backyard. The other stove could be used to burn firewood. Gu Nianji gathered some firewood and stuffed it into the hearth. Gu Nianji was standing at the kitchen door waiting for him when Qin Jining returned with a few tree ornaments that had been washed and skinned. She looked away, not daring to look at Qin Jining, who was carrying the tree ornaments. She said softly, "I've picked up the firewood." Qin Jining's expression was solemn. He took out a lighter from his pocket and threw it to Gu Nianji. "Start a fire and boil water to make snake soup." He found a chopping board and knife and began to chop the long snake into inch-long pieces. Gu Nianji blinked her big watery eyes and pointed her slender fingers in her direction. She smiled and said, "You want me to do it? If you don't do it, should I?" Qin Jining slashed the chopping board with a bang and a long snake was split in half. "You're a woman. Shouldn't you cook? Women should cook." This straight man, Gu Nianji laughed coldly behind Qin Jining's back, and her voice became even softer. "Okay, then I'll do it." She tilted her head and watched Qin Jining chop a few snakes into small pieces and pile them up on the chopping board. Then he waved his hand. "All right, you can go out. I'll make snake soup." Gu Nianji was no stranger to surviving in the wild. It wasn't a problem for her to start a fire with Qin Jining's lighter. She threw the firewood into the stove. After a while, a red flame emerged from the stove. She narrowed her eyes and curled her lips. He wanted to eat what she cooked. Let's see if he had the luck. Qin Jining nodded in satisfaction when he saw Gu Nianji obediently start a fire to boil water. He washed his hands in the sink next to him and said, "Okay, I'll continue to repair the battery. Hurry up." They hadn't had breakfast yet. There weren't many things to eat on this lousy island. The only things that were available were what snakes like to eat. For example, snake berries, bird eggs, and all kinds of mice and groundhogs. They were either hard to find or not delicious. After thinking about it, only those snakes that were more valuable than gold could be eaten. Qin Jining's mood lightened for no reason. He almost hummed a little tune as he walked out of the kitchen of the resort. He went to his car, lifted the hood, and continued to check the battery. The battery was really out of power. He just wanted to use some way to stimulate the last bit of power left, just enough to start the engine. There was still a full tank of gas in the car. As long as the car was started, the charging device would work. As long as the charging device worked, plugging in the phone to charge it and going home would be a matter of minutes. Qin Jining's mood became even better. He focused all of his attention on the intensive maintenance. It seemed that he had only bent down to check for less than 5 minutes when he suddenly smelled something burning. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned around and saw thick black smoke rising from the direction of the holiday house. In the green forest, under the bright blue sky, and among the white clouds, a few wisps of black smoke were too eye-catching. There was even an open fire coming from the direction of the holiday house. "Oh no! The holiday house was on fire. Gu Nianji would be fine, right? Qin Jining's heart sank. He threw away the toolbox in his hand with a plop and ran towards the holiday house like he was flying. He crossed the stream in front of the house and jumped up the steps. Without another word, he rushed into the holiday house. Nianji. Nianji. Gu Nianji. Sure enough, the fire had come from the kitchen. Qin Jining shouted as he rushed into the raging fire in the kitchen. There was fire everywhere in the house, and no one could be seen. Had she been burned to death? Qin Jining felt nervous. Nianji. Where are you? Make a sound. Nianji. Nianji. Qin Jining finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted anxiously. His mission was to bring her home. If he let her die here, his mission would fail. As a soldier, was there anything sadder than failing a mission? It was all his fault. Why did he let her cook alone? Qin Jining's eyes were red from the thick smoke, and he shed a lot of tears, but he still insisted on searching around the kitchen. The fire raged on, and even the houses next to it were set ablaze. The temperature around them rose rapidly. Gu Nianji stood in a safe place outside the door, holding a wooden stick cut from a tree branch upside down as she watched the scene quietly. She hadn't expected this kidnapper to risk his life to save her. She had planned to wait for the kidnapper to poke his head out of the door to check on the fire, and then knock him in with the stick. However, Qin Jining's movements were too fast. He rushed into the burning kitchen without hesitation. He didn't even give her a chance to knock him in with the stick. Gu Nianji looked at the wooden stick in her hand and was a little worried. If the other party was a real bad person, he wouldn't feel any psychological pressure if she died. However, the other party really didn't seem like a heinous bad person. Xiao Ye's tragic state kept replaying in her mind, as well as the 4 despicable kidnappers. However, this person's appearance wasn't among the 4 kidnappers, so she couldn't even increase her hatred. Gu Nianji hesitated. If she didn't say a word, would this kidnapper be burned to death in this house? The fire had already burned the man's arm, and the smell of burnt flesh came from the fire. However, Qin Jining was still rummaging through the kitchen. He didn't even let go of the cupboards that Gu Nianji had pushed to the ground. He risked being burned by the fire and shouted her name. It was as if he wouldn't come out until he found her. Gu Nianji watched silently for a while. In the end, she wasn't cruel enough. She quietly threw the wooden stick cut from the tree branch down the slope of the kitchen door. She walked to the kitchen door and called out weakly. I'm here. Qin Jining turned around abruptly and saw the girl on the other side of the fire through the raging fire. She was like a fire rose that had walked out of the fire. She was both hot and seductive. His eyes burned, and he ran up the stove. Then, he kicked with both feet and jumped over the flames with a whoosh. He pounced on Gu Nianji, who was standing outside the house, and protected her in his arms. He rolled backwards and rolled down the narrow slope of the door. Behind him, the flames burned even bigger, and the entire holiday cottage was on fire. There was no wind on the island, and the thick black smoke rose into the sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching among the blue sky, white clouds, and blue sea. Are you okay? Qin Jining patted the dust off Gu Nianji's body. He saw that her hair was messy, but her face was still clean. He then pulled up Gu Nianji's sleeve to see if her arm was burned. Gu Nianji felt very awkward being held in his arms. She quickly pushed his hand away and struggled to stand up. She shouted, "Molestation, molestation. You really have evil intentions towards me. And you said I sexually harassed you. Humph. You're twisting the truth. A thief crying thief." Qin Jining's face darkened. He hadn't known that Gu Nianji was so vengeful when she was young. He didn't know who she had learned it from. Qin Jining stood up and said in a low, muffled voice, "Who molested you?" "It was an emergency just now. If I hadn't hugged you, you would have been burned to death." Gu Nianji patted the dust off her body and pursed her lips. "I was fine outside the door, but you had to hug me and take advantage of me. How dare you say that I had evil intentions?" "Humph. A normal girl would probably be so scared that she wouldn't be able to speak in such a situation. She would only burrow into someone's arms." She, on the other hand, didn't forget to retaliate against him for saying that she was sexually harassed. Qin Jining was both angry and amused. He moved closer to Gu Nianji and looked at her face carefully. "Do you really want me to molest you that much?" "Sure, come on, I'm not afraid of you." As he spoke, he reached out to hook Gu Nianji's chin. Gu Nianji quickly jumped away. She was really nervous, and her voice changed. You. Don't do anything rash. If you dare to do anything rash, Major General Hua will take your life. I'm telling you." "Major General Hua? Who's Major General Hua?" Qin Jining took another step forward with a smile, deliberately pretending to be a spoiled brat. Gu Nianji became bolder at the mention of Hua Xiaoheng. She held the Swiss Army knife in her hand. When Qin Jining was about to reach her, she suddenly waved her hand. Qin Jining only saw a flash of silver light in front of his eyes. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong and quickly took 2 steps back. However, his arm had already been cut open by the knife in her hand. The flesh that had been burned by the fire just now was torn open again. The burning pain was not ordinary. "You actually have a knife." Qin Jining was extremely surprised. Gu Nianji saw Qin Jining's bloody, black and red arm and felt a little sorry for him. However, he was a strong man. If he really wanted to fight her head-on, she wouldn't be able to take it. She could only pretend to be crazy and joke around with him, hoping that he wouldn't go berserk. Gu Nianji held the small Swiss Army knife in her hand. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. The Swiss Army knife can still skin you. Qin Jining laughed so hard that he was convulsing. So it's a Swiss Army knife. This thing can also hurt people. You'd better save it for peeling apples. No wonder his colleagues hadn't taken it away. In their eyes, this Swiss Army knife wasn't even a knife. He turned around to look back at the fire in the kitchen, when he caught a glimpse of something not far away from him. Qin Jining's expression darkened and he strode over. It was a wooden stick cut from a tree branch. Qin Jining slowly bent down and picked up the wooden stick from the stream. He slowly turned around and looked at Gu Nianji. He asked coldly, "What is this?" Gu Nianji groaned in her heart, but on the surface, she pursed her lips and put her hands behind her back. She raised her chin slightly and said arrogantly, "How low is your IQ? You don't even recognize a tree branch. Which country are you from? You're such a disgrace to your country." "Of course I know it's a tree branch." Qin Jining was so angry that he was about to smoke. He strode back and raised the wooden stick cut from the tree branch high. "I thought you were almost burned to death and risked my life to save you. Is this how you repay me?" Qin Jining's other hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's throat. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Did you set this fire?" Gu Nianji denied it without batting an eyelid. "Of course not. It was just an accident." Although she had said it, she wouldn't admit it stupidly. "Accident? I asked you to boil water, but you burned the kitchen. Was that an accident?" Qin Jining wouldn't believe that someone wouldn't even know how to boil water. Although Gu Nianji knew how to boil water, it wasn't the first time she had burned the kitchen when she was asked to cook. So her counterattack was very forceful. "It was an accident. So what? I've never seen a cook burn the kitchen. I cooked once at Major General Hua's house. Not only did I burn his kitchen, but I also caused the camp to be on full alert. Even the fire trucks and the special operations team were mobilized. What's the point of this? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at the kitchen, which was still burning. Qin Jining found it unbelievable, but judging from what Gu Nianji said, it didn't seem like she had made it up on the spot. According to their intelligence, it seemed that there had indeed been such an accident at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. His hand quietly loosened, but he still said fiercely, "Aren't you very smart? Why can't you cook?" "So what if I can't cook? Did I eat your rice?" Gu Nianji flew into a rage out of humiliation. When she saw that Qin Jining had let go, she immediately went overboard and stepped on Qin Jining's foot. "I'm so lucky. I don't have to cook myself. I'll hang you if you don't agree." Gu Nianji was wearing the kind of casual soft-soled shoes she wore in the house, but her foot was very accurate. She stepped hard on Qin Jining's little toe. The pain made his nose sting, and he almost cried. Qin Jining hugged his foot and jumped up. "Don't go too far, I'm telling you. Don't think I won't dare to hit you." Gu Nianji now understood that Qin Jining really didn't dare to do anything to her, so she couldn't help but become even more arrogant. Without Hu Xiaoheng, she was a little devil. If others were arrogant, she could be even more arrogant than them. She simply picked up the wooden stick she had just thrown away and swung it at Qin Jining. She cried as she hit him, "I told you to kidnap me. I told you to shoot me. I told you to strangle me. Try touching another strand of my hair. I'll skin you alive." With Qin Jining's ability, it was easy for him to snatch the weapon from Gu Nianji's hand. However, when he saw that she was waving the stick with tears all over her face, and that she was even more upset than he was, the one who had been beaten up, his heart softened. He had no choice but to cover his head and run away, not daring to fight back. Just as one of them was running away and the other was fighting, a fishing boat cruising on the coastline not far away saw the black smoke and immediately drove over. A few black men with carbine guns and ammunition clips on their backs got off the fishing boat and ran towards the black smoke. Qin Jining had just turned around to protect his head when he saw these black men. His expression changed abruptly. He suddenly waved his hand and snatched the wooden stick from Gu Nianji's hand. He covered her mouth with his other hand and pulled her into his arms to hide in the bushes. Gu Nianji was about to struggle with all her might when Qin Jining whispered in her ear, "Don't move. The pirates are coming. Let's steal their ship and leave." This is today's chapter of 4,900 words, chapter 1467, The Hardest Thing to Eat a Beauty Cooking. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. After Nianji left Major General Hua, she went from a little angel to a little devil. Caw moi. Chapter 1479. Pirates. How could there be pirates here? Gu Nianji was shocked. She stopped struggling and pulled Qin Jining's hand away. She spat softly. Qin Jining was also very surprised. His eyes widened even more than Gu Nianji's. "The Caribbean Sea is full of pirates. Don't you know?" He added, "The neighboring countries here only want to protect themselves and don't care about pirates, so they're especially rampant." "No way. Isn't the United States very powerful? The Caribbean Sea is considered America's backyard, right?" Gu Nianji was even more confused. She had been to the Caribbean Sea several times. Why hadn't she heard that it was full of pirates? If there were so many pirates, the famous Caribbean cruise route wouldn't even need to be opened. Qin Jining sighed softly and whispered, "It's because the United States is powerful. If it doesn't let people kill pirates, no one will dare to. Gu Nianji, I didn't expect you to burn the kitchen by accident. We don't have to be trapped here anymore. Qin Jining saw Gu Nianji's unhappy expression and quickly praised her. Gu Nianji looked at him like he was an idiot. She thought to herself, I burned the kitchen to get rid of you, the kidnapper, and also to burn all the snakes in the grove. Lastly, it was to send a message to the higher-ups. In the vast sea, of course, only this kind of black smoke that rose straight into the sky was the most eye-catching. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Was this something that could be done unintentionally? Opportunity only favored those who were prepared. Gu Nianji had always boasted of her good luck because if her luck wasn't good, she would have to be lucky to create her own opportunities. However, she did not expect that the pirates would be attracted so quickly, but there were no helpers. Because she had no idea there were so many pirates here. Qin Jining saw Gu Nianji staring at him. Her big eyes were as clear and moist as black jade. When she looked at people, it seemed to be filled with affection, making people feel very comfortable. Qin Jining was about to be humble and ask Gu Nianji not to look at him so admiringly, when he heard Gu Nianji whisper in his ear, Are you stupid? Why do you need to steal the ship? All you have to do is grab 2 usable phones and bring them over. Qin Jining, as long as we have a fully charged phone, we can go home in minutes. Gu Nianji patted Qin Jining on the shoulder and said encouragingly, Go on, I want an apple. Are you using an Android? Qin phone thief Ning was born just like that. Qin Jining was still in a daze when Gu Nianji pushed him out. Yeah, why didn't he think of snatching the phone? Compared to killing all the pirates single-handedly, seizing the ship and sailing into the vast sea by himself, snatching a cell phone and immediately contacting home was the right way. Why didn't he think of such a simple and useful method? He silently added another line to his impression of Gu Nianji. Not only was she lucky, but she was also smart. Gu Nianji hid in the bushes beside the stream and watched as Qin Jining took out a shiny pistol and held it in his hand. He climbed up a coconut tree by the roadside like a monkey. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips twitched. This guy really has a gun. He actually didn't fight back and let her hit him with the stick for a long time. Was he really someone she knew when she was young? This kind of familial care and patience didn't seem to be fake. Gu Nianji's thoughts ran wild as she lay motionless on the ground. She held her breath and watched as the black pirates slowly approached the burning holiday cottage with carbines in their hands. They spoke in a local dialect, and their croaking was so loud that she could almost hear the croaking of frogs. Gu Nianji didn't understand, but she saw one of the pirates take out a phone from his trouser pocket. He spun it twice in a particularly flashy manner, then brought it to his ear and made a call. Facing the Caribbean morning sun, the black man deliberately revealed the pattern on the back of his phone. On the back of the silver phone was an apple that had been bitten off. What a familiar image. What a familiar pose. It was said that the petty bourgeoisie of the Upper East Side of New York who liked to use iPhones to show off would all look like this when they were making calls outside. She didn't expect this dark Caribbean pirate to also know how to use an iPhone to show off. As an internet child, Gu Nianji almost teared up when she saw the iPhone as if she had seen a family member. She couldn't help gesturing to Qin Jining. What were they waiting for? Grab it. Qin Jining hid in the tree and looked at the pirates on the ground. There were 3 of them in total, and they were quite organized. They walked over warily in a triangular formation. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take down these 3 people. All he had to do was grab the phone and lure the rest of the people on the ship to the snake forest. Qin Jining had snake medicine on him that was specially used to repel snakes. This was equipment that Special Forces soldiers had to bring with them when they went on missions, and it was kept in his car all year round. Although he hadn't expected to be thrown into this godforsaken place, this good habit of bringing equipment on missions still saved his life. Qin Jining curled his lips and made an okay gesture to Gu Nianji. He held the gun in one hand and put on a special pair of sunglasses with the other. He immediately looked cool and handsome. It was a pair of smart sunglasses. It was connected to his pistol and had a far-infrared aiming function. The range that he could see from the cross-shaped field of view of the sunglasses was the range that the pistol was aiming at. He narrowed his eyes, and the hearts of the three pirates alternated in the cross-shaped field of view of his glasses. As soon as the pirate who was on the phone with the iPhone hung up, Qin Jining immediately pulled the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. The pistol with a silencer fired 3 times in a row. The 3 pirates fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Gu Nianji quickly rushed out of her hiding place and picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground to take a look. It was the latest model. Moreover, Qin Jining had timed the shot too well. The pirate had just hung up the phone, but before he could turn it off, he had already fired a shot. When Gu Nianji picked up the phone, the screen hadn't been locked yet. She quickly clicked on the dial and quickly dialed Hu Xiaoheng's number. However, as soon as she dialed the number, she was informed by a text message from the phone operator that the pirate's phone didn't have international roaming enabled. Gu Nianji was so angry that she kicked the pirate a few times. Why are you using your phone if you don't have international roaming enabled? What a waste of a gift. She couldn't go online either, because the pirate's data plan had already been used up. She held a fully charged phone, but it was useless except for making local calls. Gu Nianji felt like she was going to be depressed. When Qin Jining jumped down from the tree and ran over, Gu Nianji grabbed her phone and was about to cry. The corners of Qin Jining's mouth twitched as he searched the other 2 pirates. The other 2 pirates both had phones on them. One was an Apple, the other was an Android. The Apple wasn't the latest model, so there was no need to look at the face to identify it. Qin Jining quickly took the dead pirate's hand and pressed the unlock button on the Apple with his thumb. The Apple phone immediately unlocked. Gu Nianji stood by the side and watched him unlock it. She sneered, "What's the use of unlocking it? Their phones can't make international calls at all. Even the data plan is the cheapest. God's plans were always in vain." Qin Jining glanced at her with a smile. He entered a few passwords on his phone and calmly connected to the satellite system. Soon, he contacted his home. "Yes, we're in the Caribbean, on Snake Island. I'll send you the location." The people on the other end seemed to be very surprised and pleasantly surprised. They called out cheerfully and asked him how he was doing and if he had picked up anyone. Qin Jining smiled and said, "Yes, he's a troublemaker. Talk to you later." He hung up the phone and said to Gu Nianji, "All right, wait. A helicopter will pick us up within an hour." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. "How did you call? Why can't I call?" Qin Jining gave her a half smile. "Your phone doesn't work." "My phone does." "Really? Can I have a look at your phone?" Gu Nianji was very interested in Qin Jining's phone. Could it be that these 2 pirates weren't using the same phone plan? That one could make international calls, but hers couldn't. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and put her hands behind her back. She rubbed against Qin Jining and said sweetly, "Brother Little Ning, can I borrow your phone for a while?" Qin Jining was shocked and looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. "You remember everything." "Remember what?" Gu Nianji was confused. "I'm just borrowing your phone for a while. You call me Brother Little Ning. That's what you've called me since we were kids." Qin Jining held Gu Nianji's hand excitedly. Gu Nianji. It was a pure coincidence. She had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng in the military camp. She had called everyone Brother Little X and Brother Big X. They had all become her catchphrases. How could Qin Jining reminisce about the past? That was what she called Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe. However, seeing how excited Qin Jining was and how affectionate he was towards her, Gu Nianji also wanted to get some information about her childhood from him, so she said ambiguously, "Really? I was just hot-headed just now. I seem to have remembered something, but it was vague and not very clear, so in a hurry, I called you brother little Ning." Qin Jining patted Gu Nianji on the shoulder. All right. As long as your memory recovers, we won't have to make things so difficult for you. Nianji, come home with me. Gu Nianji blinked and continued to work hard. Brother little Ning, can you lend me your phone for a while? Qin Jining was now completely obedient to her. He smiled and placed the phone in her hand. Go ahead. Gu Nianji grabbed it and quickly opened the dial to dial Hu Xiaoheng's number. However, just like the phone she had just used, this phone still couldn't roam internationally. She used the internet for a while, but she couldn't go online. Then Qin Jining must have used another software system to make the call just now. Gu Nianji changed her mind and affectionately held Qin Jining's arm as they walked towards the grove. She asked, Brother little Ning, how did you make the call? Can you teach me? Although Qin Jining was much nicer to her, he wouldn't fall for her trick. Teach you? Teach what? Qin Jining pretended to be dumb. What call do you want to make? Tell me and I'll call for you. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't tell him Hu Xiaoheng's number. However, she could tell him Chi-Chi's number. She immediately gave him Ma Chi-Chi's number and said, This is my best friend. Help me call her and tell her not to worry. Just say that I was bored and came to the Caribbean for a vacation. Qin Jining narrowed his eyes at her and smiled. He nodded and said, In your eyes, am I a complete idiot? There's no way I'll send you a message. Gu Nianji begged for a long time, but Qin Jining completely ignored her. Later, he found her annoying and hit her on the back of the neck with a knife, knocking her out. When Gu Nianji woke up again, she was already sitting in an extended luxury RV. She slowly woke up in the back seat and looked around blankly. Qin Jining was still wearing the same black uniform. He was sitting next to her and chatting on his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up from time to time, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. Gu Nianji felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly sat up and shrank to the window. She asked warily, Where is this? Qin Jining, where are you taking me? Qin Jining saw that she was awake and quickly typed 2 words to end the conversation. Love you. Then he put away his phone and glanced sideways at Gu Nianji. You're awake. You're not talking nonsense. I'm not awake. I'm talking in my sleep. Gu Nianji frowned and felt very uneasy. What is this place? Where are you taking me? There were thick black curtains on the car window, and she couldn't see the world outside. There was a row of fenders in front of her, and she couldn't see who was in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Qin Jining put his hands on his head and leaned against the car seat. He crossed his legs and said with a smile, Thanks to you burning the kitchen, we welcomed the pirates and found the phone. Then, the family sent a helicopter to pick us up from the island. We're already in the Huaxia Empire. That fast? Gu Nianji's eyes widened. Even if we flew here from the United States, it would still take us 12 hours. Have I already slept for 12 hours? She quickly looked at her watch. It turned out that she hadn't slept for 12 hours this time. She had slept for 20 hours. But when she heard that they had returned to the Huaxia Empire, she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she was in the country, she wasn't afraid of these demons. Qin Jining looked at her watch and praised, This watch isn't bad. It's very chic. Gu Nianji raised her chin. This is a custom-made couple's watch for me by my fiancé. Of course it looks good. Cousin bought it for you. When Qin Jining heard Gu Nianji say fiancé, he reflexively assumed it was He Ji Chu. Gu Nianji was puzzled. I said he's my fiancé. Didn't you hear me? I know. Isn't your fiancé my cousin? Qin Jining was also baffled. He wondered why this girl was so smart one moment and dumb the next. Gu Nianji's heart trembled. Major General Hua is your cousin. How come she had never known that Hua Xiaoheng had a cousin with the surname Qin? Could it be that Hua Xiaoheng had ordered her kidnapping? No. It was too cruel, Gu Nianji was roaring in her heart. Fortunately, Qin Jining added, my cousin is He Zhichu. What are you thinking? Professor He. Gu Nianji was even more dumbfounded. How could it be Professor He? He told you to kidnap me. Could it be that Professor He had ordered her kidnapping? Looking at Gu Nianji's thunderstruck expression, Qin Jining chuckled and said, of course not. My cousin doesn't know anything yet. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Surprise my ass. Surprise your grandpa. Gu Nianji was on the verge of going berserk. However, before she could go berserk, the car stopped. Someone walked over to open the car door and said respectfully, Second young Master Qin, we're here. Okay. Qin Jining stopped smiling mischievously. He straightened his clothes and pulled Gu Nianji out of the car. Gu Nianji stumbled out of the car and looked around. She wasn't familiar with the city, but there were many tall buildings, and the city was clean and tidy. There were all kinds of luxury cars running on the road, and the pedestrians were all dressed in expensive clothes. It was obvious that it was a bustling metropolis. It seemed to be evening, and the sun had already set. Tall kapok trees were planted on both sides of the wide and flat streets. There was a restaurant opposite them with the name Qin Ji written on it. It was a very high-end European-style building with a large green lawn in front of it. It showed off its status and luxury in the downtown area where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. A few maids stood at the door of the carved iron gate. They were dressed in white clothes and black pants that had only been seen in old movies. They bowed to them in unison. These people spoke in a dialect. As soon as they spoke, Gu Nianji understood. This was Zi's city, Brother Xiong's hometown, and the largest city in the south of the Huaxia Empire. Her mood instantly calmed down. As long as she knew where she was, she could find a way back. This is today's chapter of 4,500 words, chapter 1468, I'm home. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.